Chapter 272. Youth really made people's blood boil. Come on, young man, let's burn our lives to determine the victor. We are a group of people born to fight, aren't we? What are you talking about? Watch your mouth. A young man with parted hair stood in front of Deng Xiang and stood up for his teammate. The youth's Mandarin was also fluent. In fact, he wasn't someone from Nanyue province. Famous schools like Great Bay High School would poach people from all over for the sake of grades. Of course, there was no lack of parents who brought their children from far away to study. The young man with the parted hair and Deng Xiang, as transfer students from other provinces, were able to establish a foothold in the first echelon of the school. Misunderstanding. He then stood in front of Xia Yan and advised with a smile, "What she meant just now was that you guys can find room 2324 by yourselves and don't disturb us while we're chatting." Speak properly then. Don't spout nonsense, the young man with the parted hair said while glaring at Xia Yan in disgust. The leading teacher hurriedly stopped the young man and said, "Gong Yuga." Jiang Zhao's face turned sullen and he said, "Since you're not blind, don't disturb us." When Gong Yuga saw that the other party didn't back down, he replied, "What's wrong with asking? Am I bothering you?" Jiang Zhao suddenly smiled and said, "If you don't need your corneas, you can donate them to people who need them." Gong Yuga pushed Jiang Zhao. "What the **CK are you talking to?" Jiang Zhao pushed it back without showing any signs of weakness. "Yes, I'm talking to your face." Compared to the two girls, it seemed more reasonable for the boy to fight. Once the two of them started fighting, the atmosphere could be said to be abnormally fiery. Li Wei's expression changed, and he hurriedly squeezed forward. As the shield warrior of the team, he naturally knew what his responsibilities were. Everyone lit up their star techniques one after another, and colorful energy immediately filled the elevator corridor. Gong Yuga really did not expect the other party to not be afraid of their identity. "Aren't you afraid of my Yuan dynasty's blue and white porcelain?" Did the other party really dare to challenge them? Could it be that the other party really doesn't know us? The teachers in charge of both teams were dumbfounded. If they were to fight, both teams might be disqualified from the competition. In the end, this group of children was still young and full of vigor. Each and every one of them was too exuberant. Jiang Zhao couldn't be bothered with all that nonsense. "All of you, shut up." He threw a sound of silence at his feet. "I don't care if you're in the Milky Way or the Milky Way. If you're a dragon, coil up. If you're a tiger, lie down." Jiang Zhao didn't care what kind of star technique he was going to use or what he was going to do. He simply took advantage of the moment when his opponent stopped using his star technique and his breathing became chaotic. Jiang Zhao punched out with his left hand while using the heavy cannon in his right hand. Bang! The bridge of the nose was very brittle, and the sound was even more brittle. Gong Yuga was in the domain of silence, so his screams sounded a little strange. He had been suppressing the rampaging astral power in his body, and it was extremely uncomfortable. But now, he was hit hard by the two punches. To be honest, if Jiang Zhao really wanted to reduce his opponent's strength, he would have aimed his fist at his chin. Why did he punch his opponent's face instead? In order to see blood, to put it more bluntly, it was to vent his anger. Gong Yuga was smashed and forced to retreat. His nose bridge was broken and blood flowed out. The teacher and Yuan Qinghua hurriedly took the opportunity to protect the team members behind them and retreat. Similarly, Hai Tianqing pulled Jiang Zhao and Xia Yan back with one hand each. The group battle that was supposed to be entangled with each other was instantly pulled apart. The people in the domain of silence were still in great discomfort. The star power in their bodies was in a mess, and their breathing was disordered. They couldn't even speak and felt extremely uncomfortable. No one would have thought that such a trivial matter would cause such a huge mess. The group of children were awakened, after all. They had been training every day, killing monsters and competing with human companions. To them, fighting was just too common. Go, go! The other party's teacher in charge blurted out. Together with Yuan Qinghua and another student, they hurriedly dragged Gong Yuga and Deng Xiang away. They were the seeded team and they were going to enter the semifinals. They definitely couldn't be kicked out of the competition for violating the rules. Gong Yuga was considered to have failed miserably today, but for the sake of a more glorious future, he had to bear with it. Only by bearing with it could he have a better tomorrow. If he took a step back, everything would be fine. In fact, Gong Yuga was so infuriated that he was about to explode on the way back. His current state was that the more he thought about it, the angrier he would get. Ding dong! The two teams disappeared in an instant, and the elevator reached the 23rd floor at the same time. A group of young men and women walked out, acutely sensing that something was amiss. Among them, a burly young man who was at least 2 meters tall coughed twice. As the domain of silence gradually dissipated, the burly young man said with interest, "There's a melon. We're late, so we didn't get to eat it. Let me tell you, it's a melon. It doesn't matter whether we got to eat it or not." A man with a crew cut of about 1.7 meters walked out and pushed his black-rimmed glasses. "The most important thing is to be safe and healthy." The burly young man covered his forehead with one hand and said, "Auntie Wunren, can you be like me and act like a normal young man from Haisu province?" "How am I abnormal?" Wunrenmu was immediately unhappy. "You?" "Let me tell you, the representative team of Haisu province had just walked out of the elevator, while the representative team of Beijiang province had already entered room 2336. You're too impulsive. You're really too impulsive. If you get into a conflict with them like that, we'll easily be disqualified for violating the rules." Hai Tianqing no longer squinted his eyes and smiled. Instead, he looked at Jiang Shao, who had been pushed onto the bed, with a stern expression. However, Jiang Shao was unexpectedly calm and composed. With a calm expression, he slowly said, "It's okay. When the other party pushed me, I had already condensed sound of silence. When I pushed him back, I had already thrown sound of silence out. We can't fight when star techniques are prohibited." Hai Tianqing was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao continued, "I saw Yuan Qinghua at a glance. They're obviously the representative team of Great Bay High School. They won't get entangled with us. After all, they're wearing shoes, but we're barefooted. At least, they think they're wearing shoes." Hai Tianqing was speechless. Jiang Shao said, "The most important thing for humans is to be happy and in a good mood. I didn't bring my teammates out to make them suffer." Everyone looked at Jiang Shao one after another. No one had ever noticed that Jiang Shao actually considered himself to be the leader, even though Jiang Shao had always been providing protection to his teammates through various actions as a supportive father. Xia Yan turned to look at Jiang Shao, knowing that he was standing up for her. All of a sudden, she was at a loss for words. Xia Yan wasn't too sure about her emotions towards Jiang Shao at this moment. She was touched, relieved, grateful, and so on. In short, it was very complicated. However, she was certain that when she saw Gong Yuga's face covered in blood, she was in a good mood. Jiang Shao casually added, "I can't stand people who rely on their master's power, either." As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, Xia Yan pressed her hand on his head and rubbed it gently. She was not just rubbing him, but rather she was praising him. Jiang Shao tilted his head and dodged Xia Yan's palm. "If you're rubbing me, I'll just take it that the husky is tormenting you and demolishing your house. However, it's not right for you to be praising me. The owner has always been the one caressing the husky. How can it be the other way around?" Xia Yan said to Jiang Shao, "Thanks, Xiaopi. You're indeed reliable." Jiang Shao shrugged and his eyes glistened slightly. "Is this thank you worth 498,000 yuan? Xia Yan glanced at Jiang Shao with a disdainful gaze and said, "It's worth 498 yuan. Jiang Shao said, "Oh." Xia Yan said, "How dare you say oh to me? Only my Shueshue can reply with oh and he. It was rather peaceful in room 2336, but the people in room 2324 were scolding and cursing. Deng Xiang covered Gong Yuga's face with one hand and a faint white mist wafted from her hand to heal Gong Yuga's injuries. At the same time she cursed, "Damn it, what bad luck. I'm really unlucky today." Gong Yuga's voice was extremely comical as he grimaced and said, "Beijiang, right? I know that woman. She should be Han Jiangxue." Deng Xiang said coldly, "What's the point of having 30 star slots? I'd better not run into them in the ancient imperial mausoleum." Gong Yuga cursed too. "That was sound of silence just now, right? Let me think of a way to deal with that bastard." Deng Xiang finally healed Gong Yuga's bleeding face and mocked, "They're a bunch of scumbags. They'll probably be eliminated in the preliminary round. We won't be able to run into them." Gong Yuga thought about it and felt a little better. That's true. Chapter 273. Jiang Shao posted a photo on Weibo that was taken when he first arrived in Chang'an. It was taken at the food street next to the university. In the photo, Xia Yan was holding Han Jiangshua's arm with one hand and eating skewers with the other. There were all sorts of vendors lined up on both sides, each with a small light on. The one closest to the camera was a vendor who was grilling squid. Under the faint smoke, the squid was sizzling and covered with chili sauce. The smell of smoke was especially strong. Jiang Shao posted the photo at 11 p.m. with a line of text. "Which one should I choose? Let's, choose grilled squid." There were mainly 3 types of comments. The first type was still the army of brothers-in-law, but they had gradually begun to reach out to Xia Yan and were no longer satisfied with Goddess Shui. "The 2 goddesses are right in front of you, and yet you choose grilled squid? Wow, brother-in-law, Sister Shui's back is so beautiful. I really want to hug Xia Yan. It's like she's descended to the mortal world for such an otherworldly girl to appear here." The second type of comments were, of course, scolding. "Are you a dog? How dare you poison her in the middle of the night? Slut, I had to order takeout again. I wanted to bear with it. What did I do wrong? Why are you showing me this?" The third type of comments were made by Jiang Zhao's fans. "Hey, toxic healer, I haven't noticed for a few days and you've already gone out of Beijiang to the rest of the country? Remember your title, Toxic Healer King. Don't embarrass Beijiang. The opening ceremony of the competition is tomorrow, yet you're still out shopping and eating at street stalls? What if you have diarrhea?" Previous poster, "He's a healer." He's indeed a healer, but he's a toxic healer. What if he gets poisoned to death while healing himself? Jiang Shao was misunderstood by others because he had posted a stock, but he did not explain. It was already morning, and he was lying on his bed, scrolling through Weibo and occasionally responding to his high school friends' concerns. "It's time to get up, Xiaopi. We can't be late today." After washing up, Li Wei folded his blanket neatly and turned to look at Jiang Shao. Oh! Jiang Shao was like a salted fish, as if he had lost his dreams. He lay lazily on the bed. He was exhausted from the past few days. He had to sign up and register for the physical examination. It was even more tiring than the competition. They might as well go straight to the national competition. However, Jiang Shao and his team got to know quite a few young talents in the past few days. They came from all over the world and had rather distinct characteristics. The saying that a person would be nurtured by the soil and water was very true. Jiang Shao heard all sorts of accents and saw all sorts of faces. The reason why Jiang Shao posted the photo on Weibo was mainly because a good-looking girl of average height had been staring at Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan when they were registering yesterday. That wasn't all. She also didn't manage her facial expressions well. Others might just be envious, but this girl was simply burning with jealousy. With a very disdainful look, she muttered, "This leg is so long. Is it a prosthetic?" Jiang Shao mainly wanted to piss off the jealous woman. Hence, He specially chose a photo of the two of them with long legs and posted it on Weibo. People were divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks, and flesh was divided into 5 flowers and 8 layers. Height and appearance are not something that we can decide. Hence, there's no such thing as superiority or inferiority. However, a person's heart could differentiate between nobility and lowliness. A good-looking appearance can only give you temporary benefits, but an ugly soul will make you feel inferior for life. Jiang Shao could sense that the woman's jealousy was written all over her face. She reckoned that she had been paying close attention to Jiang Zhao's team. There was even food in the photo with long legs. Jiang Shao thought to himself, it doesn't matter if there's only 1 or 2 sheep. Hence, he deliberately chose to post the photo in the middle of the night. While rebuking the jealous woman, he also took the opportunity to diss his toxic fans. Are you hungry? That's right. It's good enough that I didn't send you guys a 9-grid photo. That day we had barbecued lamb skewers, roasted sausages, egg pancakes, fried noodles, sour plum soup, grilled squid, cold skin, and lamb stew. In the auditorium yesterday, Yuan Qinghua's team was, of course, the center of attention. Jiang Shao also saw Gong Yuga and Deng Xiang walking in front of the team. Gong Yuga's injuries had already healed, and he had an amused expression on his face. Gong Yuga seemed to have a problem with his own position. He simply accepted the looks of admiration and awe that everyone was giving Yuan Qinghua. Such a scene was considered a perfect example of the fox flaunting the tiger's might. There were 200 teams and 800 contestants, some of whom even brought their substitute. It would be strange if the atmosphere wasn't tense when a group of top-notch students gathered together. They were all young people, and they were both full of vigor. Once they were lit, they would ignite. Who would submit to whom? Who would be afraid of who? However, there was no conflict yesterday because the teams of mighty and burly soldiers stood in the auditorium. Hence, no one dared to act rashly. Among all the teams, apart from the more famous celebrity students such as Yuan Qinghua and Han Jiangxue, the others did not attract much attention. However, Jiang Shao noticed a phenomenon. The team from Beijing seemed to have a plan to stick together. The team from Beijing didn't seem to have any deep hatred. Instead, they were chatting and laughing harmoniously. Are you guys here responding to the call of the country and practicing good social values? This is a competition, all right? It's a competition where friendship is third, all right? Who's second? Of course, the alliance is the dumbest. When Jiang Shao discovered all of this, he felt like cursing out loud. Beijing is the region with the largest number of participating teams, let alone the quality of the teams. How weak can the teams from Beijing be? Yet, you guys have formed a powerful alliance? Logically speaking, aren't you guys supposed to be inseparable and constantly at odds with each other? Aren't you guys supposed to be competitors? How can you guys be harmonious? This is a competition that's based on teams, yet you guys want to form an alliance? Are you guys shameless? That should be against the rules, right? Jiang Shao immediately wanted to form an Avengers alliance, and the first team to rope in was, of course, his hometown, Xindon Creek High School No. 11. However, Wu Haoyang replied, beasts always travel alone. Only cows and sheep form herd. Jiang Shao was speechless. Jiang Shao still remembered Wu Haoyang's expression at that time. His eyes were bright and full of fighting spirit as he stared at the harmonious team from Beijing from afar. He enunciated each word and said, I beasts. They cows and sheep. Jiang Shao responded meekly, why don't you leave the team too? Be more ferocious. Wu Haoyang then ignored Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao immediately extended his finger and poked Wu Haoyang's waist. Beasts? Say something, please. Wu Haoyang said, if you touch my kidney again, I'll *CK you up. Jiang Shao then didn't dare to bother with Wu Haoyang anymore. Young master, get up and wash up. It's already 6:30 a.m. The rules of the competition will be announced at 9 a.m. and we'll be entering the competition. Get nervous. Li Wei pulled Jiang Zhao's blanket away and said earnestly. Jiang Zhao shuddered in shock and fell to the ground. Young master? Where did that come from? Li Wei's face was full of helplessness. I've clearly been recruited, yet I still have to coax you to get up and participate in the competition. I clearly don't have to go to the ancient imperial mausoleum to risk my life. Oh, I got it. Brother Li, I was wrong. Speak properly. Jiang Zhao lay under the bed and replied to the last Weibo message. At 4:30 a.m. this morning, Han Jiangxue left a message under Jiang Zhao's latest Weibo post. Clearly, she had woken up very early. She probably had something on her mind and couldn't sleep well because of the start of the competition today. Little Jiangshue's reply was also very simple. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not, good luck. Under Li Wei's urging, Jiang Xiao replied to the message and ran into the bathroom. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not. Fisherman, there's no oil, but there's enough milk. Do you want it? Omega? Top. Chapter 274. Buzz. When Jiang Xiao finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, he saw a message from Han Jiangxue. Go wash up when you're up. He reckoned that she must have exposed the time he woke up because he replied to her Weibo message. The team of 4 gathered at the entrance of the room and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. At 6:50 a.m., the cafeteria of the hotel was already full of students who were having their meals. There were all sorts of emotions hidden beneath their youthful faces, such as excitement, uneasiness, fear, and restlessness. Jiang Xiao bumped into the jealous woman again and heard her name. Her teammates had been calling her Xiaoqi. Jiang Xiao didn't specially investigate her. Clearly, she wasn't considered outstanding among the 800 contestants. Otherwise, Jiang Xiao would have studied her information repeatedly. In the crowded cafeteria of the hotel, there happened to be an empty seat next to Xiaoqi. The service staff cleaned up and gestured for Jiang Xiao and the others to take a seat. Xiaoqi seemed to want to go to the front of the cafeteria to get some breakfast. However, when she saw Jiang Xiao and his team walking over, especially when she saw Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan walking over with their plates of food, Xiaoqi sat down forcefully. After Jiang Xiao and his team sat down, Xiaoqi finally stood up to get some food. To be honest, her height was within the normal range, and she looked rather adorable. She should be very popular in school, but Jiang Xiao had no idea why she had such a special mentality. Are you jealous and resentful when you see someone with longer legs than you? How are you going to live your life then? Let's not talk about the others. Just looking at the contestants eating in the canteen, there are many who are taller than you. Jiang Xiao was holding a small spoon and sipping hot soy milk. He tilted his head and secretly sized up Xiaoqi, only to discover that she was really ruthless. Xiaoqi lowered her head and brushed past a long-legged person. 2 long-legged men came towards her. Xiaoqi turned her head to look elsewhere, pretending to look around at the scenery. Xiaoqi found a seat nearby and quickly sat down. She even picked up her chopsticks and pretended to eat. Jiang Xiao spat out a mouthful of soy milk and hurriedly lowered his head. Han Jiangxue frantically patted his back and took out a napkin. She said with concern, slow down, slow down. Wow. Xia Yan looked at Han Jiangshue's reproachful expression and her gentle actions. Her eyes were filled with stars and her face was filled with envy. Jiang Xiao knew that he had really lost. The world was vast and full of wonders. There were as many interesting souls as there were strange souls in this world. All of a sudden, Jiang Xiao felt a little relieved. Who doesn't have some quirks? Jiang Xiao felt like the pot calling the kettle black. Didn't he also have a bold idea? Jiang Xiao looked up at Han Jiangxue on his left before turning to look at Xia Yan on his right. It's a long story. There's still a long way to go. Thousands of words, turn into a cup of soy milk. Cheers to me, you two help yourselves. Jiang Shao threw away the spoon, picked up the soy milk, and gulped it down. There was only one thought in his mind. It's King hot. Do you still want to drink? Shall I get you another one? Han Jiangxue didn't know what was wrong with her brother again. It was clearly just a bowl of soy milk, but he seemed to be full of vigor. The Zhu brothers had witnessed Jiang Zhao's capabilities. Regardless of what they were drinking, be it soy milk, fruit juice, or mineral water, Jiang Shao could make them feel passionate and impassioned. After gulping down the soy milk, Jiang Shao felt that he was full of energy and breast milk. Under Hai Tianqing's lead, the team boarded the number 3 bus at the entrance of the hotel and headed to the designated venue of the competition. The venue of the National High School League was located 40 kilometers outside Chang'an City. When Jiang Shao and the others arrived by bus, they saw rows of students with different expressions on their faces, as well as the solemn military camp. Under the leadership of the military officer, the students were divided into several groups and strode into the military camp. At the thought that they were about to enter the unique ancient imperial mausoleum, how could they possibly calm down? However, it must be mentioned that under the objective rules that only the top 8 teams could enter the semifinals, some teams still had self-awareness. Even though they were a group of children who refused to submit to anyone, some of the contestants clearly knew that they were playing the role of a prince reading book. Hence, they had a relatively better mentality. However, it was only relative. After all, even if it wasn't for the ranking, they were about to face the terrifying creatures in the ancient imperial mausoleum. If they were not careful, they might very well lose their lives. In the huge military camp, 200 teams were waiting under the makeshift platform. At 9 a.m. sharp, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked up to the platform. The man did not introduce himself, nor did he even give any introductory remarks. Instead, he went straight to the point. At 9:30 a.m., collect, equip, and check the team prop. At 10 a.m. sharp, all teams shall follow the staff and enter. In addition, Ying Shi from Beijing No. 32 High School, Wen Renmu from the high school affiliated to Haisu Normal University, and Han Jiangxue from Beijing Jiangbin High School will have to check their storage space. There must be no illegal items. Otherwise, they will be disqualified. Although the students had already found out that the 3 students had the spatial star technique through the students' information and battle videos, the 800 people in the formation immediately burst into a flurry of discussion when those words were spoken on such an occasion. What was the true pride of the heavens? The identity of an awakened? Indeed, compared to ordinary children, they are indeed rarer, but that's not enough. When you're in the highest competition for high school students in the country, and the top students from various provinces in the country, and you're still called out for special reasons, you'll be considered an elite. On the platform, the man stretched out a finger and said, "Rules of the competition. 1. Survive for 72 hours. Those who withdraw midway will be disqualified from the competition. The reasons for withdrawal include, but are not limited to, the students taking the initiative to apply for withdrawal from the competition, the teacher leading the team announcing their withdrawal, the team's camera equipment being damaged and forcibly recalled by the referee, the participating students voluntarily or passively withdrawing from the competition due to injuries, etc. In addition, the organizers have the right to forcibly recall any team or student. The requested party must obey the orders and instructions, and the organizers will give the corresponding explanation after the competition. If there are any violations, the participating students will not be allowed to take part in the college entrance examination within 3 years, and the participating schools will not be allowed to participate in the provincial or national high school leagues within 5 years. All of a sudden, there was an uproar. That's a little too domineering, isn't it? Are they not treating us as humans? There's no need for any reason. You have to stop just because I ask you to? You have to withdraw just because I ask you to? It would be too easy for a shady person or a shady team, wouldn't it? Of course, for the top competitions organized by the country, dirty tricks were rare. After all, people from all over the world were watching. In addition, the National Star Warriors Association was not to be trifled with, and they had a good reputation among the people. Most importantly, ever since the scandal in the national competition 15 years ago, the country had made great efforts to rectify it, and there had not been such an incident for many years. Jiang Shao thought to himself, in other words, this competition has nothing to do with speed. Do we have to survive for 72 hours while surrounded by strong enemies in order to qualify? Only then will we be qualified to participate in the ranking? Rules of the competition. 2. Regardless of the reason, if the miniature camera worn by the contestants is damaged, 100 points will be deducted, and you and your team may be forcibly recalled to Earth. The final number of points will directly affect the final ranking of the team. Regardless of the reason? That means it's the same as the provincial league? The competition doesn't prohibit fighting between teams? Everyone in Jiang Zhao's team looked at each other. They had reason to believe that a team similar to Gao Junwei's would likely appear again in this competition. The people changed, but the goals, mentality, tactics, and personality remained the same. In other words, not only do we have to resist the ancient warriors, but we also have to be careful of our compatriot. The man in the suit suddenly said. In addition, the competition is strictly prohibited from killing human compatriots. Violators will not only face the punishment given by the competition, but they will also be subject to social and legal sanctions. Every contestant, please pay attention to your limit. Jiang Shao was almost amused by his words. Pay attention to my limits? That's AF * king joke. Fighting is encouraged and killing is prohibited. The organizers are just like the organizers of the provincial high school competition. Do you really think that these kids are ordinary students who are fighting in a group? Even ordinary students would find it hard to control their strength if they were to really fight. This group of awakened children who have been specially trained to kill creatures of other dimensions every day would definitely not be able to hold back if they were to really encounter someone of the same strength. Do I have to kneel on the ground and beg him not to die after I slash Gong Yuga and make him vomit blood and twitch his limbs? What else do I have to do? Wait a minute. I seem to be a healer. I seem to be able to save him? Slash him until he's on the verge of death and then save him? Slash him until he's on the verge of death and then raise his hand? Slash him until he's on the verge of death and then heal him? How does that song go again? Jiang Shao scratched his head and suddenly thought of the lyrics. He couldn't help but sing softly, "Let you stay at the edge of reincarnation and wait for a ray of light? See a certain year, a certain month, between us, jumping bells and sentiments." Chapter 275. It seemed that finding a place to hide for 72 hours to avoid being hunted by the ancient warriors and to avoid fighting with the human team was the best choice. Yes, Jiang Shao used the words, avoid being hunted, for the upcoming collision with the ancient warriors because they were too ferocious and the students might really be prey. Perhaps only a few powerful parties would take on the role of a hunter. Jiang Shao knew that he had a heavy responsibility, especially the star technique of sound of silence. If they used it well, they could be hunters too. If they didn't, the entire team might be wiped out in an instant. This damned organizer, why did they set the location of the high school league tournament here? Wouldn't it be better to find a dimensional space with monsters of a lower level? Only then could he see the tactics of the team, the strength of the students, and everything they had learned in school. You set the examination venue here, and the students don't even care about their lives. What are you testing? Could it be that what you are testing is the human heart? Holy shit! The more Jiang Shao thought about it, the more terrified he felt. After all, the venue of the National High School League in the past few years was not as terrifying as this year's. However, this group of children was, after all, the #1 team selected from various provinces and regions in the country. It was no exaggeration to say that each and every one of them was a young talent, the future pillars of the country. The school, and their parents had nurtured them for so many years. Was it really good to let them die in there? However, what the man in the suit said next almost made Jiang Shao curse out loud. The man in the suit raised 3 fingers and said, "Rules of the competition. 3. Each silver quality ancient archer and ancient melee warrior star bead is worth 10 points. Each gold quality ancient archer and ancient warlord star bead is worth 50 points. Each gold quality soul ancient warrior star bead is worth 80 points. The final ranking of the tournament will be determined by the number of points the team has accumulated." Screw you, using star beads as points? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about our strength? We are the prey. It was prey. The ancient warriors were the real hunters. You want us to hunt them? They even used the star beads in their heads to exchange for points for the competition? The Provincial League would at least equip the monsters with weapons and embed medals on their back. Yet, you guys are using star beads as points? Was it because the creatures here were too ferocious? You don't even dare to go in and embed a medal on his back? Jiang Shao muttered to himself and almost complained out loud. However, objectively speaking, the Provincial League did not have the advantage of the National League. In other words, the points of the Provincial League could not be judged by the biological star beads in the arsenal. Why? There were plenty of arsenals in the 3 northern provinces, and once the students brought the star beads of creatures of other dimensions into the arena through irregular means, there was a high chance of cheating. However, the National High School League did not have such concerns. There were only 3 ancient imperial mausoleums in Chang, a city in the world, and they were all guarded by the National Army. The special dimensional space was never open to the public. Last year, after the officials confirmed the venue of the competition, the ancient imperial mausoleum was heavily guarded. Hence, it was unlikely for anyone to obtain the ancient imperial mausoleum star beads from the outside world. Of course, nothing was absolute in this world. It could be said that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the students. There was no lack of people with remarkable abilities. That was why the rules of the competition were only announced now. That was why before entering the arena, the students had to undergo very strict checks. That was nothing to Jiang Shao because he did not have the ability to cheat. What Jiang Shao was thinking now was, it doesn't matter if you guys use the star beads to judge your score. The key is whether you guys want to recycle the star beads. Are you guys going to use our star beads to judge your score, or are you going to use them to exchange for points? Don't tell me that we've worked so hard to obtain a few star beads and come out to exchange them for points, only to end up not making it to the semifinals and losing our star beads. Jiang Zhao's thoughts were rather interesting. Well, he seemed to have forgotten that he was yelling in his heart just now. I'm the prey, I'm the prey. The man in the suit raised 4 fingers and said, "Rules of the competition, 4. There will be a weapon specially made by the organizers on each floor of the underground Imperial Mausoleum. They come in various forms, but what they have in common is that they are of excellent quality and are obviously different from the weapons used by the ancient warriors. It's enough for you to distinguish them clearly. This weapon may be hidden in a corner, or it may be in the hands of the ancient warriors, or it may have been destroyed. You'll have to explore it yourself. 1 for each floor, and each is worth 200 points." After the man spoke, the students below began to discuss again. 200 points each? Isn't that too much? An ordinary ancient warrior was only worth 10 points, and a gold-quality ancient warrior leader was only worth 50 points. The most expensive soul of the ancient warrior is only 80 points, but this weapon costs 200 points? If you want a ranking, you have to find a weapon. If you find a hidden or lost weapon somewhere, you'll be rich. The man in the suit said again, also. Every time he said the word, also, Jiang Shao felt that the other party was up to no good. The man in the suit continued, In addition, due to the special nature of the ancient imperial mausoleum, the guardians are only stationed at the entrance of each floor. The competition has requested the help of the country, and the military has sent some powerful Star Warrior officers. They will be distributed in every corner of each floor to facilitate your request for help and survival. You have to take note that apart from asking for help, you are not allowed to stay in the supply point of the Guardians for any reason, nor are you allowed to linger around the Star Warrior officers for any reason. Once you are found to have deliberately delayed time or cheated, you will be punished by deducting 100 points. In serious cases, you will be kicked out of the competition. Regardless of whether the participating teams seek help from the Guardians or the Star Warrior officers who are distributed on each floor of the ancient Imperial Mausoleum, the total number of times must not exceed 3. When a team seeks help from the Guardians or the Star Warrior officers for the 4th time, the competition will forcibly recall the team and determine that the team will be kicked out of the National High School League. The man in the suit stood on the podium and looked at the contestants who were whispering to each other. With a displeased expression, he said in a louder and more solemn voice, "You can't do it more than 3 times. If you do it the 4th time, it means that you don't have the ability to participate in this competition. We shouldn't waste more resources on you." The voices in the huge military camp gradually became softer and silent. The man in the suit finally said, "Floors 1 to 18 are the areas where you can move around. Once you are discovered to have entered the 19th underground floor, your team will be deemed to have been kicked out of the competition." 18th underground floor? Damn it, Jiang Shao really didn't believe that anyone would dare to go there. Are you going to the 18th underground floor? Are you going to the 18th level of hell? Jiang Shao felt extremely sad for the Star Warrior officers who were scattered on the 18th underground floor. He even laughed out loud. This group of people should be the most miserable in this competition, right? They probably won't receive any guests for the next 3 days and 3 nights, right? So infuriating. They're soldiers and they have to obey orders. Yet, they're guarding the 18th underground floor of the ancient Imperial Mausoleum alone and have to face the various armies. Wait a minute. Logically speaking, the powerful Star Warrior officers were selected from the army. What kind of soldiers were most suitable for such a job? They should be from the Guardians of the Night, right? Jiang Shao suddenly realized that he seemed to be the future Guardians of the Night. What? Why did Jiang Shao feel like he had seen his future? Would he be transferred out of the Guardians of the Night one day in the future, and then curled up in a deserted corner, waiting to receive guests, waiting to help the students who were in trouble? Jiang Shao thought with a sorrowful smile on his face again, this job is very smart. What's the matter, Xiaopi? Why are you so dejected? Xia Yan asked, noticing Jiang Zhao's sullen face. Jiang Shao forced a smile and said, "No, you don't understand. This is a smile that's full of hope for the future." Xia Yan was dumbfounded. On the podium, the middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes spoke again and mentioned a very important rule. Take note, any battle that involves the help of the Guardian Legion and the Star Warrior officers will have their spoils of war belong to the competition. The students below the podium immediately wailed, and an even more terrifying rule was announced. The middle-aged man said again, "The Guardian Legion and Star Warrior officers have the right to take the initiative to attack. If they think that you need help, they can attack unilaterally. In other words, they don't need you to take the initiative to ask for help. All your spoils of war will be handed over. Not only that, but your team will also be counted as one request for help." Jiang Zhao's eyes widened and he thought, damn it, are the organizers of the National High School League so shameless? What if you encounter a despicable Star Warrior officer like me in the underground ancient Imperial Mausoleum? Take the initiative to patrol and forcibly help? Send someone home 4 times. Chapter 276. Teacher Hi, I finally know why you're the one leading the team to accompany us in the competition this time. Jiang Xiao stretched his arms out and said to Hai Tianqing while accepting the staff's detailed inspection. Hai Tianqing asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "I always thought that you wanted to come to Chang'an City for a public holiday. Now, I finally know that you're here to check on us." The rules of the competition clearly stated that the leading teacher has the right to withdraw from the competition. Xia Yan was also being checked by a female staff member. Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's words, she said, "If Teacher Hai has been bribed, we'll be in trouble." Jiang Xiao said meekly, "You're thinking too much, aren't you? Even if he did, he would have bribed the leading teacher of the seeded team, right? Would any of us be interested in him?" Xia Yin glared at Jiang Xiao and said, "My Shueshue is here. We're several times stronger than before. Who said that we're not the favorites for the semi-finals?" Seeing that the two students were about to bicker again, Hai Tianqing hurriedly stopped them. "You two, save your energy. We're about to enter the competition. Remember the tactics we've come up with these few days." Okay. Jiang Xiao and Xia Yan nodded repeatedly. Hai Tianqing looked at his proud disciples and said again, "You guys just have to focus on the competition and forget about everything else. There's no one in this world who can bribe me." At this point, Hai Tianqing changed the topic and used various words to motivate them. "If there's really a team in this world that can create miracles, I know it must be you guys. The country has been organizing the High School League since 1977. Beijiang Province organized the first team of high school students in 1981 and participated in the National High School League for the first time. Since '81, we have always been here to go through the motions. Not counting this year, it has been 35 years. The best result of our Beijiang Province is 69. Hai Tianqing sighed deeply and said, "Do you know how many people are watching you? The seniors are looking forward to you guys completing their unfulfilled dreams. The juniors treat you as their seniors and watch your pioneering journey. It's been 35 years, and the National League is still a piece of barren land for Beijiang Province. I hope you guys can carry this and go further. From this point of view, you are the pioneers of Beijiang. 48th, 58th, or even 68th place. Even if you advance by one place, your names will be engraved in the history of Beijiang Province." Hai Tianqing was truly impressive. His motivational speech before the battle had raised the morale of the few of them. Their hearts were filled with lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations. Even Jiang Xiao could not help but feel overwhelmed when he heard it. Hai Tianqing smiled and looked at everyone. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses turned into crescent moons. "If you create a record, not only will you leave your name, but you will also receive many substantial rewards. This is the National League. As long as you make it to the semifinals, your rewards will definitely not be lower than gold-quality star bead. There might even be rare spatial star technique. This is only what the competition authorities should give you. The Beijiang Province's Education Department, the Provincial Star Warriors Association, and even our school should give you rewards." These words were much more practical than what he had said before. "We will definitely do our best." Jiang Xiao immediately patted his chest and said loudly, "Don't worry, Teacher Hai. We don't really care about the rewards. We're here for the glory." Hai Tianqing was speechless. The staff member who was in charge of the inspection seemed to be unable to take it anymore. He shoved the military backpack into Jiang Zhao's arms and gestured for him to line up at the side. Xia Yan and Li Wei did not have any problems either. Hence, they were considered to have passed the inspection. They each carried their own weapons and military backpacks and walked towards Jiang Xiao. Han Jiangxue, on the other hand, wasted some time. It was not only because she had the Sky Smasher, but also because she had 50 star beads. This time, the school was really supportive of them. According to past practices, Each team was allowed to bring 50 star beads as battlefield supplies during the preliminary round of the National League. Hence, the school had long prepared for it, and it was indeed the case this year. It should be noted that they could only bring along star beads for the preliminary round. Due to the fact that their star slots were all full, there was no problem of them absorbing other star techniques by mistake. The school bought 50 silver quality star beads from Savage Man Saber for them, which was considered a cost-effective silver quality star bead. In terms of star power, the silver quality Ape Ghoul star bead in the arsenal had more star power, but it was too expensive. According to Jiang Zhao's request, Han Jiangxue brought 44 star beads from Savage Man Saber and 6 gold quality star beads from the Fallen Shadow Witch. Jiang Zhao had already made up his mind to go for the platinum quality Sound of Silence. However, the total amount of star power in the gold quality star beads was massive, and it would be a waste to absorb it directly. Since the officials only allowed them to bring along 50 star beads as supplies, it would be better to use the Fallen Shadow Witch star beads as supplies. Of course, the star beads of the creatures that they hunted in the ancient Imperial Mausoleum could also be absorbed as supplies. However, they would need such star beads to be used as the final team points. Absorbing one would mean losing 1 point, so it wasn't a worthwhile deal. Jiang Zhao was rather confident in his own star technique. He believed that he would be able to ensure that the team's star power would operate normally for 3 days under his reasonable control. The staff member sat quietly in front of the table. Even though he was in a bustling city, he was still as steady as an old dog. He was wearing something similar to a magnifying glass on his head, and under the light, he carefully identified the type and quality of the star bead. The group of people were indeed experienced. Faced with the gold quality Fallen Shadow Witch star beads, the appraiser's expression changed slightly and he exclaimed in admiration. He seemed to like it very much, but he didn't say anything. From now on, you are not allowed to activate Sky Smasher until you enter the competition venue. A female staff member guided Han Jiangxue and her team. After entering the ancient Imperial Mausoleum, there are no restrictions on the use of any of your star techniques. Okay. Han Jiangxue nodded calmly. The few of them were in a rather comical state. They were carrying swords, hammers, and large military backpacks, as if they were rushing a train to kill someone. It was the same for the students in Beijiang province and the students in other provinces. When the weapons were revealed, they came in all shapes and sizes. Everyone was dazzled by the sight of them. No matter how good-looking the weapons were, they were only temporary. Everyone's attention would still be focused on Han Jiangxue, Ying Shi, and Haisu Wenren Mu. Why? It was because 2 of the staff members who were inspecting the 3 students were wearing red vests, while the other ordinary staff members were wearing blue vests. In the vast ocean, the few suns were too dazzling. The 3 young talents all felt the malice of the competition team. It was undoubtedly a different kind of marking. In front of nearly 1,000 people, they had marked 3 teams and 3 key figures. Although he was the one being marked, Jiang Zhao had of course also observed the 2 teams who were in the same boat. Just as Jiang Zhao was secretly observing the students, a series of exclamations caught his attention. Jiang Zhao turned around and happened to see a particularly beautiful girl with a parrot on her slender fingers. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Star pet? Star pets are extremely rare among the awakened in the nebula stage. Why isn't it shown on the information of the participants? Did this girl just obtain it in the past few days? Be obedient, baby. Follow my lips and say, the girl said to the little parrot in her hand. Everyone was shocked to discover that they couldn't understand what the girl was saying at all. They could only understand. Of course, those who could participate in the competition couldn't be foreigners. The country had a policy that the participants had to be Chinese students. The girl looked very Eastern. Could she be an ethnic minority? Is she speaking their language? The bird that looked like a parrot was less than 10 centimeters long. It was petite and had beautiful feathers that changed color from yellow to green. Yes, its tail was yellow and its head was greener. The hogue on its head was emerald green. Ah! The parrot opened its mouth and let out a human sound. The staff member hurriedly looked down, seemingly trying to find the star bead hidden in the parrot's mouth. Are you done? Can I take it back now? The girl turned around to look at the staff member. Her Mandarin wasn't perfect, but fortunately, everyone could understand her. You can take it back now. The staff member nodded. The parrot suddenly flew up and hovered above the huge military camp. Its feathers that were gradually changing color glistened under the sunlight. It was extremely beautiful. Baby. The girl waved her hand anxiously. Hurry and come back to mommy. The beautiful girl changed back to her language, and everyone was confused again. The little parrot had clearly heard its owner's call, but it seemed to be not only a rookie but also a silly bird. It flapped its wings and hovered in the air. After hearing the voice, it dived down and headed straight for Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao subconsciously took a step back. The emerald green hogue on its head was so green that Jiang Shao felt a little flustered. What did your owner say to you just now? Besides, why are you so green? There are thousands of people in the huge military camp and nearly 1,000 participants. Why did you choose me? Is this fate? Chapter 277. Why was Jiang Shao flustered? Firstly, he didn't know what the bird was going to do. Secondly, he didn't know what the owner of the bird said to it or what it wanted it to do. However, it's such a cute little guy. Would it be inappropriate for me to heal it from the sky? After all, that girl is pretty. Ahem. Jiang Shao struggled internally, but in the end, he still didn't heal the little guy. Hence, he reached out and blocked it. The beautiful little bird landed on his hand and hopped around. Jiang Shao didn't expect this little guy to be so fun. However, at the next moment, Jiang Shao was dumbfounded because the bird fell from his hand and landed on his head. Not only that, but the bird also laid on his head and rubbed its head against his buzz cut. This silly bird shouldn't have recognized the wrong person. She has a ponytail while I have a buzz cut. No matter how silly I am, I should have recognized her, right? Did it come here on purpose? What did its owner order it to do? Besides, I have a buzz cut. If you go to sleep, the natural curls on the other end can at least be considered a nest. Why are you sleeping on my head? Does it not matter if I'm a nest or not? Does it just want to dye my hair? Jiang Shao didn't know that its owner had ordered it to go back, but the bird didn't listen. The girl carefully passed through the crowd and quickly ran over. She hurriedly reached out to touch Jiang Zhao's head. The poor bird was still enjoying itself and rubbing Jiang Zhao's head with its eyes closed when the girl grabbed it. I'm sorry, the girl said as she pressed the bird into her left chest. Yes, she pressed it in. The body of the bird shattered and turned into spots of starlight that floated around and seemed to have fused into the girl's heart. The scene was magical and dazzling. The girl raised her fair and tender face, which was extremely exquisite. She exuded a unique, gentle aura and put her palms together. She bowed slightly to Jiang Shao with an apologetic smile and said, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Wow, this little dimple. Jiang Shao blinked and lowered his head to look at the beautiful girl in front of him. I can get drunk with just one cup. The girl was speechless. What kind of bird is this? Jiang Shao asked curiously. The girl smiled and shook her head. I can't tell you. All right. Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders. After all, they were competitors. Since it wasn't shown on their information, they must have either just obtained it or it was their secret weapon. Hence, it was normal for them not to reveal it. I wish you good luck, the girl said in broken Mandarin, and took a deep look at Jiang Shao before turning around to leave. Good luck? Your bird is so green, how can I be good? What bird is this? Jiang Shao turned around and asked for help from his group of friends and relatives. He had been working hard to learn star study, but his foundation was still not solid enough. Clearly, Jiang Shao felt that it was his own problem. However, they didn't expect that the information provided by the bird would also be a blind spot for Han Jiangxue and the others. These top students had not learned it from books either. It was impossible to go back and investigate now. Not to mention the top students, even Hai Tianqing was at a loss. If the girl had not crushed the bird into a star and pressed it into her heart, people would have thought that it was a parrot. After hearing this news, Jiang Shao was stunned and thought, "My companions don't know either? Did I get bewitched just now? Did I get marked? Don't tell me she chose me to be her husband?" The teachers and top students in Beijiang province did not know the origin of the bird, and the teachers and students from other provinces were equally dumbfounded. They couldn't find any relevant knowledge in their heads either. Before entering, their communication devices had already been taken away. Otherwise, they might be able to find relevant information on the internet. However, that might not necessarily be the case. After all, there were talents from all over the country, as well as the best high school students and their teachers. If they didn't know about it, the rarity of the bird would be imaginable. In the end, a few doubts lingered in everyone's minds. 1. What kind of bird is this? Does it have any special star techniques? 2. What did the girl say and what kind of orders did she give to the bird? 3. The girl seemed to be in a hurry and seemed to be calling the bird back. Why did the bird fly straight to the buzzcut boy's head? Xia Yan frowned and asked, "Which province does that girl represent?" Xia Yan was rather displeased to see that Xiaopi had been messed with. Hence, she spoke in a harsh tone. Li Wei was obviously very serious and had done his homework before participating in the competition. He answered, "The representative team of Kainan Province. She's a student from the high school affiliated to Beijing Normal University. She's a medical awakened and has a nice name, Chumo." Peers? Jiang Shao froze for a moment. Although there were more than 200 medical awakened in the 200 teams, Jiang Shao still paid more attention to his peers. It was impossible for him not to notice such a beautiful girl. Kainan Province? Kainan Province's Chumo? Jiang Shao smacked his head and said, "I remember now. She's that girl with thick bangs. Wow, she looks so pretty when she shows her forehead. That registration photo was taken a few years ago, wasn't it? A girl really changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. She's grown up." Xia Yan asked Chumo. "It sounds very poetic." Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before saying meekly, "Brother Li only mentioned her name. The point is, her surname is Xiong." Li Wei was speechless. Han Jiangxue was speechless. Xia Yan was speechless. Filled with doubts, everyone continued to be examined by the staff. The red uniform was still the focus of everyone's attention. Han Jiangxue had already been examined, but Ying Shi and Wen Renmu had not. Ying Shi was from Beijing and his surname sounded domineering. He also looked very proper. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and was nearly 1.9 meters tall. He was tall and burly. If he were to appear in an anti-Japanese drama, he would definitely be a hero who tore the Japanese apart with his bare hand. He was a tall and mighty young man, but he was a rules awakened who specialized in fire. All of his star techniques came from Beijing and its surrounding areas. He was considered a traditional and typical fire-awakened high school student in Beijing. Wen Renmu was also someone that everyone paid attention to. Judging from their surnames, they were both very rare. Indeed, the names of powerful people are all very special. Wen Renmu was not tall and was only about 1.7 meters tall. He had a crew cut and wore black-rimmed glasses. He had an ordinary appearance, and the only special thing about him was his fair skin. His skin was very good and fair. If he was just a little more good-looking, he would be able to become a gigolo. Compared to Ying Shi, people were clearly more interested in Wen Renmu. Why? He was a medical awakened from Haisu province. In fact, regardless of which province one was from, one would definitely attract the attention of others as long as one was a medical awakened. Of course, the individual strength and star techniques of the shield warriors, melee fighters, and rules awakened in Beijiang province might not be high in the country. However, in terms of medical awakened, the Beijiang medical awakened were not afraid of anyone. After all, many medical awakened from other provinces had Beijiang's bell and imprint. In this competition, the twin sisters in Yu and Enluming from Shindon Creek High School No. 11 attracted a lot of attention. It couldn't be helped because the girls were indeed extremely adorable. Besides, there was also Jiang Xiao, who was a hot topic of conversation and had a mixed reputation. The comments on the internet all said that the medical awakened team of Beijiang province had sent a quack doctor and 2 young nurses. However, the people present did not realize that ever since the bird landed on Jiang Zhao's head, the 4 students from the high school affiliated to Kainan Normal University looked at Jiang Xiao differently. "Choose them," said a girl with a ponytail. A girl with a ponytail said. She was also speaking in a minority language, and the people around her couldn't understand her at all. The girl's physical talent was obvious to the naked eye. She was tall and slender, and her limbs were extremely long. She stood casually in front of everyone, but her body seemed to have its own rhythm. She swayed slightly from side to side, giving off a feeling that her body was erratic. While speaking, the girl looked in Jiang Zhao's direction with her bright eyes. "Shun Xing, please, speak Mandarin," the young man beside her pleaded. "We're teammates." The girl called Xin Xing nodded and said in broken Mandarin, "There are a total of 1 to 2,000 students, teachers, and staff present. There are as many powerful people as there are rocks, but they've leaped into the arms of a young boy. We all know what that means." The 2 young men looked at each other and said worriedly, "We've already seen many teams forming an alliance." Chumo pondered for a while and nodded subtly. Xin Xing asked with a serious expression, "I think his attitude was pretty good just now. What did he say to you?" Chumo blushed and lowered her head slightly. "He said that with my dimples, he can get drunk with just 1 glass of wine." Xin Xing blinked her eyes. She was initially afraid that she would disturb him and make him unhappy. But now it seemed that the alliance had been formed. Chapter 278. In this world, some people stood on the stage, fighting and winning glory for their hometown, while others stood below the stage and cheered for them. During the high school stage, Jiang Xiao and the others represented Beijiang province in the National League, which was considered the pinnacle of high school students. Representing a province to participate in the competition? That was already outstanding enough. On the other hand, there were some who blazed a new trail and developed in another field. They were equally outstanding. For example, Su Ro, the live streamer. Most students didn't know where they should go after graduation, but Su Ro had already made a name for herself. Of course, no one could succeed easily. At 6 a.m., Bun-Hit Dog Su Ro, who was far away in Jiangbin City, had already started her livestream. After receiving tips from her idle netizens, Su Ro ate 4 side dishes and 2 trays of buns at the breakfast shop before heading home. Although the college entrance examination was approaching, Su Ro still applied for leave. In fact, many awakened students had applied for leave. Although most schools gave them leave, there was no unified holiday. The National High School League was an annual competition, and it was undoubtedly the top competition for high school students in China. Although Su Ro didn't have the ability to participate, she had to seize the opportunity to watch the competition with her fans. At this moment, Su Ro had more than 4 million followers. Although she couldn't compare to the few top streamers on the various live streaming platforms, Su Ro was already considered a first-rate streamer. Su Ro was good at avoiding some problems. She dared to broadcast the semifinals, but she definitely didn't dare to broadcast the preliminary round. Why? because the preliminary round was against creatures of other dimensions, and it would definitely involve elements such as bloodshed, violence, killing, and death. Although it was a very formal competition, she would probably be banned by the platform if she dared to broadcast it. The preliminary round of the National High School League was not broadcast on the National Public Channel, but on a pay-per-view channel. Although Sue Rowe was watching the pay-per-view live broadcast on her home computer, she didn't broadcast it in the live streaming room. At this moment, the name of her live streaming room was Watching the Competition with You. There was no competition to watch in her live streaming room. There was only her desktop that was filled with a girlish vibe, as well as the image of her live streaming at home in the lower right corner. In the vast crowd, when the camera shone on the young man holding the giant sword, Sue Rowe exclaimed in excitement, "Wow, Xiaopi has appeared! The way he holds the sword is so cool. He's just like Xiaoyan. The two of them are so compatible." All of a sudden, the screen was filled with, "Where is my toxic healer? The tainted milk powder is here to report. It's been a long time. The provincial newspapers and various media outlets have been promoting this year, saying that this is the most promising year. God Pi, don't let us down. Why don't I see my brother-in-law? Brother-in-law's fan is here. God Pi. Charge. Daddy fan reporting for duty. It's starting. God Pi and Goddess Yen are going to kill someone, liar streamer, I'm following you. The bullet screen is full of supporters, where is the image? The penguins don't even care. Cut the crap. Go and watch the livestream yourself. This is a place for chatting. At the same time, in the military camp on the outskirts of Chang'an City, Jiang Shao and the others put on the soft headbands, adjusted the position of the micro camera in the headbands, and put on the invisible earphones. Jiang Shao grabbed the fallen Shadow Witch's star bead from Han Jiangxue and put it in his pocket. He then carried his large military backpack and picked up his giant sword. Everything was ready. In fact, for some teams, being able to persist for 72 hours and come out alive was already considered a good result. Attention all members, enter. At the command desk, the staff members at the front of each team strode out. Jiang Shao and the others hurriedly caught up and turned around, only to see Hai Tianqing standing in the same spot and waving at everyone with a worried and reluctant expression on his face. Why don't we not fight for glory? Don't think about standing out, and don't go to that faraway place to work hard. Turn around and go home. Accompany her, find an ordinary job, and live a peaceful life. Isn't that great? Okay. At this moment, Jiang Shao turned into a drama queen and frantically added scenes for himself. If Jiang Shao could read Hai Tianqing's mind, he would be able to read the following sentence. 72 hours. You guys must hang in there. The 200 participating teams moved quickly and orderly, and under the leadership of the staff, they lined up and entered the ancient imperial mausoleum. As soon as he entered the special dimensional space, Jiang Shao had two intuitive feelings: darkness and dampness. The air was filled with a moldy smell, mixed with a faint smell of blood, which made him feel nauseous. It was just like the time when he accidentally entered the dimensional space of the ugly stone golems on Chinese New Year's Eve. At this moment, Jiang Shao once again felt like he had entered the territory of an intelligent race. Why? It was because the dimensional space was a mausoleum, and it was not an ordinary one either. It was a massive imperial mausoleum. How huge was it exactly? Nearly 1,000 people could easily set up a formation in front of the supply point. Jiang Shao looked at the wall that was made of a special dark stone, and there were some strange patterns on it. Jiang Shao had no choice but to think that it was a product left behind by an intelligent race. Perhaps due to the fact that when in Rome, do as the Romans do, the supply point guarded by the guardians was also made of dark stone patterns. There were torches all around, and the crackling sounds of the flames could be heard. Jiang Shao took out a strong flashlight from his military backpack and shone it around. he could still see the wall on the right far away, and there was a row of torches on the wall. The flickering flames lit up the dark imperial mausoleum. On the left and in front of Jiang Shao, it was completely dark. It was hard to imagine how big this place was. Jiang Shao shone the flashlight upwards and vaguely saw the top of the mausoleum. They were on the first floor of the mausoleum, and the rules were very clear. Floors 1 to 18 were the activity areas, and anyone who exceeded that would be directly sentenced to withdraw from the competition. Otherwise, Jiang Shao would have liked to go up and see the scenery outside the mausoleum. The students had different expressions. Some were amazed, while others were terrified. At this moment, the middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes appeared again and shouted, "The competition officially begins. Within 300 seconds, the teams that are still around the supply point will be counted as one request for help." All of a sudden, the participating students became restless, and the large, organized, and disciplined phalanx instantly became a pile of loose sand that scattered in all directions. "Where should we go?" Xia Yan asked. Judging from the current situation, there were people everywhere, and no one could tell north, south, east, or west. No one knew which direction was dangerous, where the ancient warriors were, or where the entrance to the lower level was. It was the first time that almost all of the 800 participating students were there, and they were bumping around like headless flies. Han Jiangxue tilted her head slightly and gestured to the flames in the distance. She said, "Let's stick to the wall and walk." The ancient imperial mausoleum was a unique dimensional space in Chang'an. There was some information about the creatures of other dimensions and the terrain there on the internet, but it couldn't be said to be comprehensive. At this moment, the team had no idea what the terrain was like. Sticking to the wall was a stupid solution, but it was better than bumping around randomly. Even now, no one dared to stand out and say that there were only creatures of other dimensions in the ancient imperial mausoleum. After all, until now, no one had explored the lowest level of the ancient imperial mausoleum, and the officials did not announce which level they had reached. The only thing they were certain of was that they hadn't explored to the bottom. In other words, the officials had not even seen the holy ground of the ancient imperial mausoleum. In other words, the wasteland reclaimers had been exploring the wasteland, and the guardians of the night were also in the process of settling in. Every time the wasteland reclaimers developed a new floor, they would build a human supply point at the entrance of the staircase. Although they hadn't explored to the bottom, it was enough for the kids to compete. Isn't the 18th floor enough for you to have fun? If you can get to the 8th floor, you'll be considered one of the best in this cohort, let alone the 18th floor. Jiang Shao and the other three stared at the faint flames and walked for at least 100 meters before arriving at the wall on the right. If they were to go to the wall on the left, they would probably have to go further. "Xiaopi, come down." Han Jiangxue stared at Jiang Zhao's actions and got a little shocked. "You've just arrived and you're already destroying public property? What if you get punished?" Jiang Shao ran up and stomped on the wall twice before leaping upwards. Finally, he stretched his body horizontally in the air and pulled a large torch down. "There's a row of giant torches blazing on the wall, but you're holding them like this." Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Jiang Shao took down the torch and turned off the bright flashlight, he heard the alarm sound coming from the invisible earphones. Everyone was shocked and thought, "We're doomed." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded too. "Seriously? Team 3, Zone A3. Requesting help from Zone A3. Be quick." A male voice suddenly sounded from the invisible earphones. "Team 3, Zone A3 requesting help. You've switched to the wrong channel. This is the student channel. Turn on the Guardian Army's channel." Another voice sounded, and then everyone's earphones went silent. The four of them looked at each other and wondered, so fast? Did it only take 3 minutes? That's not the point. What's more important is that we've already encountered the ancient warriors. How close are they to the human supply point? This is the first floor with the best security. Why are there so many monsters? Just as everyone was secretly thinking about it, they heard anxious voices coming from behind. Among the 200 teams, many of them had the same thoughts as Jiang Zhao's team. Many of them were also rushing towards the wall that was full of torches. If the direction that Jiang Zhao was facing was the front, there would already be a commotion at the back. Damn it! Idiot! From afar, someone cursed with a local accent, accompanied by the roar of a crimson dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, completely lighting up the dark ancient imperial mausoleum. Chapter 279. Ah! Blurg! Screams accompanied by the sound of vomiting could be heard, followed by a chaotic scene of panic and panic. A male student's body was smashed back like a cannonball. What's more, it wasn't a complete body. He was missing half an arm. Along the way, blood splattered all over the dark stone ground. The male student howled miserably, adding a hint of horror to the gloomy ancient imperial mausoleum. Ah! The male student's face was flushed red as he held onto his right shoulder that had been amputated. His voice was intermittent and he was in so much pain that he kept gasping. "Is there a doctor? Doctor, help me." A girl at the side couldn't help but intervene in the end. Even though these teams were all competitors, the boy's appearance was simply too pitiful. The girl was still a kind-hearted person, so she decided to help him. Just as the girl was treating the injured, screams could be heard one after another, accompanied by the output of Fire Series star techniques. Everyone could vaguely see the figures fighting in the distance. Team battle? One rules awakened, one melee warrior, and one medical awakened? Among them, the rules awakened and the melee warriors were clearly trying their best to resist the enemy's attack. In other words, the young man with a severed arm who was blasted back is a shield warrior? The 3 awakened students were faced with a rain of arrows. These arrows were obviously not ordinary arrows, but ice arrows formed from star power. Not to mention the number of injuries the 3 of them had sustained, their speed had indeed plummeted. Their lives were in danger. What was even more terrifying was that the ancient warrior warhammer, which was used to fight melee fighters, was already much faster than the agility warriors due to the increase in speed. What else could they do? Request for help. Quick. Retreat, retreat. Don't get entangled with them, don't F***ck with them. The pupils of the medical awakened at the back of the team constricted slightly. He saw an ancient warrior tomahawk bending down to pick up his comrade's bloody arm that had been chopped off. The ancient warriors were tall and strong. Be it men or women, they were all between 185 centimeters and 188 centimeters tall. The males were mostly melee warriors, while the females were mostly archers. The ancient warrior tomahawk in front of him was a man. He had a pale face and gray, turbid eyes. Under the strong flashlight, he looked like a walking corpse. He bent down to pick up the bloody severed arm, held it in his hand and bit down. It was crunchy and tasted like human flesh. What kind of teeth were these? How could he still hear the sound of bones being chewed? While chewing, the ancient warrior tomahawk chuckled sinisterly and waved the food in its hand, as if showing off its spoils of war. Does everyone want to eat the arm? The kind that explodes? The kind that draws blood with every bite? The kind that can splash all over your face? Whoosh! Amidst the horrifying atmosphere, a pitch-black arrow made of star power was shot over. It was extremely accurate and fast, directly penetrating the magic type's throat. That's right, it pierced the magician's throat. The mage retreated as he fought. He was still summoning his fire dragon, but he was sent flying by an arrow. The pitch-black arrow pierced his throat and then burst open. At this moment, the medical awakened and agility warrior teammates who were closest to him felt their hearts skip a beat. It hurts. It hurts. It was not a physical pain, but a severe pain that came from the soul. It was so painful that they wanted to dig out their hearts and rub them, although everyone knew that the real pain was not the beating heart. The magic-type's soul was also trembling, but he couldn't care less at this moment. He covered his neck with both hands, and his face was full of disbelief. Is this what it means to be more ambitious than the sky, but your life is thinner than paper? Am I going to die in the first 5 minutes of the game? Blood flowed out of the magic-type's mouth and the big hole in his neck. His eyes were wide open, filled with despair and unwillingness, and he quickly lost the luster of life. Everyone realized that this was not a small fight in the Provincial League. This was the National High School League. This was the ancient Imperial Mausoleum. People would die here. The 4 participating teams at the back couldn't take it anymore and stepped in to help. This kind of competition was originally a competition between small teams, but just a few minutes after the start, the students realized that it was impossible to defeat the opponent's well-trained massacre corps by relying on the strength of a single team. The 3 medical awakened hurriedly took action and threw all sorts of medical star techniques at the magic type who had his throat pierced. It seems that he can still be saved? Hurry up, hurry up. 2 of the rules awakened hurriedly joined forces and used their Wind Series star techniques to blow forward. At the same time, the Guardian team rushed over and carried the few contestants who were still in shock before quickly evacuating. The remaining 2 teams also hurriedly evacuated. Do you still want to hunt the ancient warriors? Do you still want to get star beads? Do you guys have any misunderstandings about your own abilities? Cover your head and run like a rat. Flee in all directions. Find a relatively safe place to hide. Otherwise, ask for help and leave this damned place as soon as possible. Jiang Xiao and the others stuck close to the wall and looked at the chaotic and noisy battlefield from afar. Due to the fact that the light was too dim and they were too far away, they could not see everything clearly. However, they could hear the miserable cries and cries, which were indeed terrifying. Something's wrong. Be careful, Li Wei suddenly exclaimed. He had the star technique perception and had clearly sensed that something was amiss. He stood in front of everyone and immediately activated a black shield. Bang! With a crisp sound, the black arrow was stopped by the pitch-black shield. The force was astonishing, and Li Wei slid back half a meter while carrying the shield. The black arrow that was formed by star power fell to the ground, but it did not dissipate obediently. Instead, it exploded. To be more precise, the pitch-black bow and arrow turned into a pitch-black circle that expanded outward. The team of 4 was all affected by the black circle of light, and the humid air seemed to be filled with a horrifying aura. Li Wei's legs trembled slightly, and he gripped the shield tightly while gritting his teeth and sweating profusely. Xia Yan gripped the giant sword in her hand tightly, making others fear that she might crush the handle of the sword because of excessive force. She even squatted down and covered her chest with one hand, gasping for breath. Han Jiangshua's expression was extremely sullen, and she could feel that her heart was trembling. The excruciating pain could not kill her, but it could interfere with her sanity and behavior. Ring ring ring. The leaping rays of medical light were accompanied by the melodious ringing of the bell and connected to Han Jiangshua's body. They then leaped towards Li Wei and collided with Xia Yan's head before jumping onto Jiang Zhao's body. No one in the team of 4 was injured, but Jiang Xiao still threw out bell. Why? Gold-quality bell can calm one's nerves. Even if the sound was not like the morning bell, it was definitely like a blow to the head. The team of 4 who had been disturbed quickly returned to normal, causing the soldiers of the Guardian Legion in the monitoring room to be stunned. What happened? Is that bell? Is it a medical star technique from Beijiang province? Why does it have such an effect? Who is this person? He's Han Jiangshua's teammate from Jiangbin High School in Beijiang province, the medical awakened Jiang Xiaopi? At the mention of the team from Jiangbin High School, the first person that came to everyone's mind was naturally Han Jiangshu. However, Jiang Xiaopi, who had 9 star slots, seemed to be rather impressive. Why does the Guardian Legion pay so much attention to this team? It was because the 4 teams in front of this team had already been crushed by the ancient warriors. In the 7th minute of the start of the competition, one team was directly defeated and the other team suffered a huge shock. At this moment, they were resting at the supply point, while the other 2 teams fled. The ancient warriors were still moving forward, and no one could stop them. The team from Beijiang province was right in front of them. The soldiers of the Guardian Legion were already ready to rescue them. However, they did not expect to see such a magical scene. A gold-quality ancient archer general. It must have been a sacrificial arrow just now, Jiang Shao said frantically. Let's retreat. Even if he had to face the ancient warrior warlord, Jiang Shao would rather not face the ancient archer general. Such a long-range attack was simply too explosive. If it was a melee battle, Jiang Shao would at least be able to see the figure and help control it. If the ancient archer general were to launch a sneak attack, no one would be able to withstand a few rounds of ice arrows and poisonous arrows. The ancient warriors were very different from the savages in the arsenal. They were also of the silver quality, but the star techniques of the ancient archers were obviously more practical. Most importantly, the ancient warriors were a combat team. The ancient warriors were commanded by a leader, and the combat power they exerted was on a completely different level from that of the savages. The savages could only be considered stragglers at most. The group of ancient warriors could be considered an army. Retreat. Han Jiangshu walked towards Li Wei and said, "Use your senses. If you find any arrows coming, I'll use Sky Smasher to store them. No matter what kind of arrow it is, it won't affect us." Li Wei nodded in agreement. That was the plan that everyone had come up with before they entered. Everything happened too suddenly just now, so they didn't have time to carry out the plan. Everyone maintained their formation and quickly retreated. Behind them, there was another team that was also leaning against the wall, seemingly undecided about which direction to move in. Did you guys hear that? That shriek just now? The team in front of us is retreating towards us. Let's leave quickly too. One of the contestants suggested. His team members immediately chimed in. Let's find a place to hide first and see what happens. Let's go, Xiaoqi. It's time to go. Xiaoqi? Xiaoqi? Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and go. One of the girls grabbed Xiaoqi's arm and retreated. Xiaoqi stared at the familiar silhouettes from afar, especially the 2 tall and slender girls. Xiaoqi licked her dry lips, seemingly determined to do something. Looking at the team from Jiangbin High School that was constantly approaching, Xiaoqi had a peculiar smile on her face. Chapter 280. The terrifying thing about the ancient warriors was that they appeared in groups, and they were more like well-trained teams that had a clear division of labor and a strict hierarchy. In an ancient warrior team, there was a high probability that there would be a gold-quality leader. It might be an ancient warrior general, an ancient archer general, or the terrifying soul of the ancient warrior. Of course, the most terrifying was the gold-quality boss-led team led by the soul of the ancient warrior. In fact, such gold-quality teams rarely appeared on the first few floors. Why? Because the country had already cleared them. The structure of the ancient imperial mausoleum was very special, and the monsters of the ancient warriors had all emerged from the ground. In other words, they did not appear out of thin air, but had instead climbed up one level at a time. Every time the country opened up a level, it would build a supply point for the Guardian team at the entrance of the upper level. Simply put, after guarding the connection between the first and second underground floors, there would be no more monsters if the ancient warriors on the first underground floor were cleared. In order to have the ancient warriors on the first underground floor, they would have to wait for the ancient warriors on the second underground floor to climb up or drive them there. Hence, if one guarded the entrance to the 8th underground floor and prevented the gold-quality boss-led team from coming up, there would not be such a terrifying battle team on the 1st to 7th floors. Unfortunately, the teams that came to the side of the torch wall encountered a team of 9 ancient warriors. There were 2 ancient warrior warhammers, 2 ancient warrior tomahawks, 4 ancient warrior ice archers, and a gold-quality ancient archer general. The first few teams of Awakened were completely annihilated. Now it was Jiangbin High School's turn. Jiang Xiao and the others made a wise choice. They retreated and did not intend to fight head-on with the other party. The official scoring rule was to survive there for 72 hours, which had already objectively shown the strength of the creatures of other dimensions. Compared to the National High School League in the past few years, the choice of venue for the competition this year was really beyond everyone's expectations. The increase in difficulty was too great. Hurry up, hurry up. Li Wei could see further than the other 3. With the star technique of perception, his 5 senses had been greatly enhanced and he could better adapt to the dark environment. However, he heard Li Wei's slightly anxious voice. No, run. They're coming. Run in the direction of the supply point, Han Jiangxue suddenly said. As soon as he gave the order, everyone turned around and Li Wei took the lead to dash forward. Whoosh! In the next moment, everyone was stunned. Because a violent gust of wind blew over and directly blew them away. Li Wei and Xia Yan were running at the front, but their bodies were blown away by the strong wind, and they slid to the side for more than 10 meters. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiao, who were at the back of the team, were the main targets of the gale. The 2 of them were blown away in the direction of the ancient warriors. Under the flickering flames, there was a team of ancient warriors with pale faces. They looked excited, and their eyes were filled with bloodlust and murderous intent. They did not know who had helped them blow their prey over, but they were not in the mood to thank anyone. What did the ancient warriors rely on to survive? The answer was the meat of his companions. Compared to the rotten flesh of the walking corpses, fresh human flesh was more than a grade more delicious. If there was a supply of fresh, human food every day, the ancient warriors might not kill each other so severely. In the corner of the wall in the distance, a girl spread her hands and her eyes glistened. The flames of jealousy in her eyes had turned into a gleam of vengeance. She was so excited that she looked a little menacing. Xiaoqi! Xiao! Xiaoqi? Several of her companions who were retreating asked in shock. They really did not expect such a thing to happen. During their daily interactions, their teammates could tell that Xiaoqi seemed to have some mental illness and was not easy to get along with. However, in the real world, in a society ruled by law, Xiaoqi would at most curse a few times and sulk. However, they did not expect that she would do such a thing in the dimensional space. It wasn't that this team had never been to the dimensional spaces for training before, nor had they never met other experiencers. However, it was their first time encountering one like this. Perhaps Han Jiangshue's looks are too good? Is she so jealous of Xiaoqi? Or is it that Han Jiangxue is too dazzling because she's a genius? She's so bright that she makes some people so jealous that they lose their balance? Xue. Xia Yan's body was blown away, and when she regained her balance, she shrieked. The people watching the battle in front of the screen were all astonished. What happened? Due to the fact that the pay-per-view channel could be selected from the first-person perspective, many supporters of Beijiang Province, such as Su Ro, would choose to watch from the first-person perspective of Han Jiangxue and the others. They had no idea what was going on at all. They only saw the world spinning in their first-person perspective. When they stabilized again, they were already facing a group of ferocious ancient warriors. "We can't escape," Xiaoqi, who was hiding at the back of the ancient imperial mausoleum, frantically explained. She waved her hands and aimed them at Xia Yan. "The ancient warriors are too fast, we can't escape. I had no choice but to do this." Xiaoqi's eyes were filled with a scorching light as she watched Han Jiangxue collide with an ancient warrior warhammer. She swallowed her saliva excitedly and said, "Let's go, hurry up and leave. Let them take the lead." Her teammates looked a little troubled. Let's do this. Xiaoqi hurriedly turned around and dragged her teammates away. It's alright, they're geniuses with 30 star slots. They'll definitely get out of the danger. Xiaoqi also thought to herself, if they can't get out of danger successfully, wouldn't I be a fake? If I'm a fake, I should be smashed so that I won't be able to swindle others and enjoy the praise that I don't deserve. Under Xiaoqi's forceful tug, her teammates strode away. On the other hand, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue had already fallen into the ancient warriors' team. Jiang Shao was only 175 centimeters tall, while Han Jiangxue was only 179 centimeters tall. In front of the ancient warriors, the two of them seemed like little brothers and sisters. The difference in height was not the most important thing. The main difference was the difference in physique. The muscular ancient warrior Warhammer could probably fit 4 Jiang Zhaos. Jiang Shao deftly dispelled the force and rolled to stand up. He had already raised the giant sword in his hand without saying a word. Qing Mang, let's go! Jiang Shao could not destroy the ancient warriors immediately, but he could distance himself from them. The facts proved that Jiang Zhao's choice was right. The reinforcements would arrive at the battlefield in 1 second. Due to the fact that Xiaoqi was taking care of Xia Yan, she also flew towards the ancient warriors. However, that went according to her wishes. She adjusted her posture in the air and suddenly emitted a two-handed sword star map. The 8th golden star slot suddenly lit up, and violent star power frantically gathered around her. Gold quality star technique * body of star power. While flying towards the ancient warriors, a giant Xia Yan had already been pieced together. Xia Yan's body stood at the heart of the giant Xia Yan, raised her foot, and stomped it down forcefully. Rumble! It was as if the entire ancient imperial mausoleum was trembling. The Guardian Legion was already prepared to provide reinforcements. As they watched the battle unfold, they broke out in cold sweat for the team. They did not expect the first battle in the ancient imperial mausoleum of the National High School League was against the team from the northernmost part of China. Jiang Shao swung the 2 ancient warrior warhammers away and took the opportunity to stand in front of Han Jiangxue. Green glow circulated on the giant sword, making it look rather beautiful. The scene blinded everyone. Although Jiang Shao did not cause any substantial damage to Han Jiangxue, it was a spectacular scene. Everywhere the sword passed, all living beings would retreat. Retreat, retreat. Jiang Shao pressed his back against Han Jiangxue and continuously retreated. Xia Yan's huge star power military boots were right in front of him. He had only taken 2 steps back when he heard several whooshing sounds. Ice blue arrows were shot accurately at Xia Yan's heart. Although the ice arrows could not penetrate the dense star power of the body of star power, they caused the speed of the huge body to decrease abruptly. This shouldn't be a brass-quality freezing arrow, but a silver-quality freezing arrow. The body of star power, which was originally composed of light blue star power, was quickly stained with a layer of ice blue. However, Jiang Shao did not have any star techniques that could eliminate the negative effects of his teammates. As a healer, that was probably Jiang Zhao's only weakness. Blessing could break all laws? It turned out that blessing could not eliminate the negative effects of Xia Yan, who was constantly being stained with frost. Cancel the body of star power, Han Jiangxue instructed, after which she used Barren Wind to blow Jiang Shao and herself away. The massive star power Xia Yan quickly disappeared, and Barren Wind appeared in Han Jiangxue's hand again, quickly blowing Xia Yan back. Jiang Shao was shocked. The ancient warrior's tactical attainments were unquestionable. With Xia Yan around, the ancient warrior ice archer's attention was drawn to them, and the siblings managed to escape. Now, Xia Yan was the only one who was blown back. To the archers who were good at shooting, she was just like a living target. Jiang Shao stretched his hands forward. Sound of silence. Soul imprint. The next scene was particularly interesting. The 4 ancient warrior ice archers, including the gold-quality ancient archer general, were all holding ice blue bows and arrows. They were knocking the arrows and pulling them into the shape of a full moon, looking extremely imposing. However, at the same time, the star power bows and arrows in their hands instantly shattered, and their pale faces were suddenly stained with a layer of redness. The star power in their bodies was surging wildly. Among the 4 ice archers, one archer general seemed to have suffered from internal injuries and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. They were indeed made from the same mold, as they all made strange guttural sounds. In the end, none of them could hold it in any longer, and the 5 archers coughed at the same time. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Ahem. Ahem. Jiang Shao suddenly felt like he had been added as a friend by many people at the same time. Chapter 281. Wow. Mom, did you see that? So many zombie sisters want to add me as a friend. Although they didn't know how to speak the human language, they used another method to express their desire to communicate with me. I'm really a smart healer. Jiang Shao thought to himself while Han Jiangxue flew into a rage, probably because she didn't want the zombies to add her brother as a friend. The 5 archers all disconnected, and 2 of the ancient warrior tomahawks charged forward, while the other 2 ancient warrior warhammers retreated quickly and stood guard beside the leader of the ancient warrior archers. It could be seen from this instantaneous reaction that the zombies of the ancient warriors were many times stronger than the savages in the arsenal. Faced with the ancient warrior tomahawks that were dashing towards her, Han Jiangxue extended her hands and pushed them forward with one hand while pulling them back with the other. She then used Barren Wind to push one ancient warrior tomahawk away and pull another one towards her. Whoosh! Sky Smasher was activated, and the ancient warrior tomahawk immediately disappeared into Sky Smasher. Indeed, the spatial star technique is really reliable. The ancient warriors actually retreated under the command of the leader of the ancient warriors. Don't get me wrong, they weren't trying to escape, but to get out of the range of sound of silence. After all, their leader was an archer general with 4 ice archers. Hence, they were naturally willing to fight with Jiang Zhao's team from afar. Hence, they retreated. Han Jiangxue didn't say anything and simply threw out a chain lightning. All of a sudden, a chain of lightning appeared in the ancient Imperial Mausoleum, lighting up the dark Imperial Mausoleum. The star technique Sound of Silence was targeted at the people in the area, not the star power and star techniques in the area. The ancient warriors were in the Sound of Silence, and could not make any effective attacks at all. However, chain lightning could wander around freely. Han Jiangxue clearly knew how to seize the opportunity and threw out a series of chain lightning as if it was free. That terrified Jiang Shao, who frantically activated Nostalgia and Dawn, for fear that his star power would be depleted. Chain lightning was extremely fast, and as a gold-quality star technique, it was extremely destructive. Furthermore, the chain lightning also had a paralyzing effect. Only the gold-ranked ancient archer generals relied on their strong bodies to jog out of the area. The silver-ranked ice archers, battle axes, and battle hammers all had their limbs numb. They staggered as they walked, unable to run at all. Be it the audience in front of their screens or the Guardian army in the supply point, all of them were stunned. What kind of monsters were these? You're telling me this is a group of high school students? Was this a group of children at the nebula stage? In an instant, everyone saw 4 gold-quality star techniques. Xia Yan's gold-quality body of star power. Jiang Zhao's gold-quality ring of silence. Han Jiangxue's gold-quality sky smasher and gold-quality chain lightning. Not to mention the high school students below the nebula stage, even the warriors in the galaxy stage probably did not have such an explosive gold-quality star technique. It was not only because the gold-quality star techniques were of high quality, but also because the team had a good combination of star technique. The warrior's body of star power, the supportive Sound of Silence, and the Rules Awakens chain lightning. If Sky Smasher was used as a space bag, it would be good for support. If it was used as a killing method, it would be suitable for the rules awakened too. There wouldn't be any problems with it. You're telling me that these people are students from the Beijiang Province high school team? Did they transfer from the imperial capital? No wonder people say that Beijiang Province is likely to break the record this year and set a new record. These three freaking monsters? Li Wei, meow meow meow? Han Jiangxue yelled while throwing chain lightning. Continue to block the road with sound of silence. Stab me, quick! Jiang Shao watched as the ancient archer general rushed out of the domain of sound of silence, and then threw another shot of sound of silence. This was not the time to conserve star power and star beads. After throwing sound of silence, Jiang Shao put his left hand into his pocket and absorbed a fallen shadow witch's gold-quality star bead. He then swiped his right hand across the side of his thigh, and the semi-toothed battle sword in his hand was extremely sharp. He pulled out his left hand and lifted Han Jiangshue's shirt before stabbing the sword into her lower abdomen. Jiang Shao swore that if Xia Yan asked him to do so, he would stab her in the waist. Enmity, gold quality, LV0 LV1 counter, current light, gold quality, LV0 LV. 1 sound of silence, gold quality, LV2, 9 out of 100, LV3, 9 out of 100, star power upgrade. Nebula stage, LV2. In an instant, the news of the star power upgrade appeared in his internal star map, causing Jiang Shao to be slightly stunned. Gold quality star beads are indeed violent, huh? However, he reckoned that it was probably because he had trained well at this stage and his physical strength had caught up. Hence, there was a breakthrough. As his star power upgrade, Jiang Zhao's star power was instantly replenished. He humphed comfortably and smirked. Star power upgrade. Wonderful. However, the scene shocked everyone. Su Ro, who was in front of the screen, was dumbfounded. She blinked her eyes and looked at the camera before asking, "What did Goddess Xue say just now?" Goddess Xue. Goddess Xue said to stab me. Then, the toxic healer really did it. Damn it, he's definitely not her biological brother. Did he really stab her? Besides, he's still smiling. Look at how shameless he is. Oh my Goddess Xue, it's over. Her image is ruined. I always thought that you were the high and mighty queen. I didn't expect you to be. Wow, Xiaopi is rebelling? I'm so envious of you guys. I want to watch the livestream too, but I don't have money. To everyone's bewilderment, Han Jiangshue's hands were surrounded by electric currents and she was frantically throwing chain lightning forward. She then said coldly, "Stab me again." "Go away, let me do it," Xia Yan said as she scurried over with a distressed expression and pushed Jiang Shao away. This time, the pop-up comments were completely blown up. "Do you think that's human language? What's going on with my Goddess Xue? Does this star technique of lightning require self-mutilation? What's going on? I'm a newbie." Hee, it's nothing. Laymen like you may not be able to understand this situation, but to us professionals, it's actually quite bewildering. It's exploding. Goddess Xue is super amazing. The output is really explosive. The 8 silver quality ancient warriors walked out of the first domain of sound of silence shakily, but they couldn't walk out of the second domain of sound of silence. They fell to the ground one after another. Even though they had been electrocuted, their bodies were still twitching. As for the gold-quality ancient archer general, he was also completely punished by the sound of silence and the lightning chain. His huge body collapsed with a loud bang, unable to get up again. We won? The representative team from Beijiang Province actually won in the first head-on confrontation? This was the biggest dark horse in this year's competition. If they're not a dark horse, there are no dark horses in this world. Han Jiangshue's output was simply terrifying. The chain lightning from Haisu Province had indeed helped the Beijiang Province team to take the lead for the Beijiang Province team. Jiang Shao and the others rested for a while before moving forward warily. Faced with a group of disgusting zombies, They didn't have any qualms about attacking. 2 battle axe star beads, 2 battle hammer star beads, 4 ice bow star beads, 1 gold quality archer general star bead. Total points, 130 points. While harvesting the star beads, Xia Yan suddenly asked, "Where did that gust of wind just now come from?" Han Jiangshu and Jiang Shao were the first to be blown away. They immediately faced the threat of the ancient warriors, so they didn't have the time to see who had sneaked up on them. However, Li Wei heard some information and said, "We were tricked. That person deliberately blew us towards the ancient warriors." As soon as he said that, not only were the team members stunned, but all the spectators watching the Beijiang province team were also stunned. Due to the fact that the Beijiang province team was the first to face the ancient warriors head-on, the broadcast signal of the channel fell on Han Jiangshu after the battle began. After all, she was famous. However, Li Wei's words were heard by countless people. Xia Yan's face stiffened and she asked with a hint of anger, "Who was it?" "I vaguely heard the sound of her telling her teammates to leave." "Her voice sounds a little familiar," Li Wei said with a frown, trying to recall carefully. The star technique of perception is really a magical star technique. Jiang Shao really wanted such a star technique that could increase his physical attribute. Although there wasn't much room for manipulation and he couldn't flaunt it, it would increase his physical strength. Who wouldn't want to have good hearing and vision? If he were to upgrade his quality, he might be able to become a Calabash brother. Li Wei suddenly said, "That girl who said that you two have long legs and prosthetics." Han Jiangshua's face turned cold and her powerful aura made everyone feel that the surrounding temperature had plummeted. On the other hand, Xia Yan's eyes were about to burst into flames. She said through gritted teeth, "It's her?" Chapter 282. You'd better not let me touch her. Xia Yan gnashed her teeth and her hand that was holding onto the handle of the sword trembled slightly, as if she was trying her best to hold back something. The rules forbid killing. Did they break the rules? Can we appeal to the competition? Li Wei said after pondering for a while. Breaking the rules? Appeal? Jiang Shao felt that they were obviously trying to get someone else to do the dirty work. The tournament did not forbid fights between teams, so it was very difficult to determine whether the other side was breaking the rules or not. However, Jiang Shao really didn't want to complain. What if he succeeded? What if he was really eliminated from the competition? In this vast sea of people, where could he go for revenge? Don't complain, just let her stay here. If we meet, we can play together. Even if she didn't see them in 3 days, she would still be in an extremely dangerous environment. What if she was accidentally stabbed to death? Xia Yan asked, "Tell the teacher? That's not my style. She better pray that I don't touch her again. Let's see if I don't stab her." Han Jiangshu pressed her hand against Xia Yan's head and said with a stern gaze, "Shut up." Xia Yan shut her mouth and looked at Han Jiangshu with aggrieved eyes. "Why are you being so fierce?" Han Jiangshu didn't hide anything. She slid her palm down and hooked the headband around Xia Yan's neck with her fingers before pointing at Xia Yan's ears to show her the mini camera and invisible earphones. Everyone understood what Han Jiangshu meant. After all, the entire nation and even the entire world were watching. They could complain, but if they wanted to say something else, it would be best to keep it to themselves. Han Jiangshua's breathing was still a little messy, but it wasn't because she was tired. Instead, it was because of nostalgia that she was full of energy. She was mainly in pain because she had been stabbed by Jiang Shao and Xia Yan. As a calm commander, Han Jiangshu changed the topic. Practice is the standard to test everything. Distance. Jiang Shao didn't want the girl to be disqualified either. He nodded in agreement and changed the topic. Speaking of which, if he were to deal with an ancient warrior team led by an ancient archer general, as long as he controlled the distance well and used sound of silence and chain lightning, he would still be able to eliminate the other party. If it were any other team, they would probably feel the pinch at having to spend so much star power. After a few times, he would run out of supplies. The star beads collected would probably not be enough to make ends meet. However, in this team, Jiang Zhao's endurance was extremely terrifying. He didn't have to worry about running out of star power at all. Instead, he had to consider the fact that Han Jiangshua's vitality was too full. A truly good healer and a god-tier support could elevate the entire team by several levels. With this experience, we can hunt the team led by the ancient archer general. Han Jiangshua looked down at the three of them collecting the star beads and continued, "Next time, Li Wei and Xia Yan will fight in front and use green glow appropriately. You don't have to deal any damage. Just stall for time and release the star beads. Xiaopi and I will soon be able to deal with the main damage output at the back." Li Wei nodded repeatedly. As a melee fighter, he had become a guide dog during the battle just now. During the entire process, he told everyone where to shoot the arrows and how to run. However, he did not participate in the battle at all. He had to prove his worth in the next battle. Li Wei yelled in his heart, "I'm a shield warrior, not a guide dog. If it's the ancient warrior general and the soul of the ancient warrior leading the team, we'd better retreat first. At least we can see how the other teams fight and perfect the battle plan," Han Jiangshua said methodically. Being an armchair strategist would always make people feel that it was unreliable. This battle had truly built up the confidence of everyone in the team. "Steady. We can fight." As long as Jiang Xiao used his star techniques reasonably and had sufficient logistical support, the output of the team would definitely not be bad. Although one team had been forced to withdraw from the competition and 3 teams had been destroyed, which had caused a huge psychological trauma to the students, we had used our actions to verify all of this. True gold fears no fire. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Even if you boast about the strength of your team, you still have to scram. No matter how much you look down on us, the truth is right there. Actions speak louder than words. Jiang Xiao picked up the torch that was still burning on the ground and carefully explored the depths of the ancient imperial mausoleum with the rest of the team. At this moment, the internet was in an uproar. After seeing what had happened to Han Jiangshua, the various livestream posts, livestream rooms, Weibo, and other places began to fervently search for the girl who was hiding in the dark. In particular, Su Ro's livestream was full of criticism. The livestream was equivalent to the fan support group of the Beijiang province team. After seeing that their team had suffered such injustice, the fans were infuriated. Not only did they discover it on the internet, but they also picked up the phone to complain and log into the official website to report the other party for violating the rules. The power of the netizens was immense. Some people really watched Xiaoqi's first-person perspective at that time. After all, the team was very close to the ancient warriors. The netizens quoted Xiaoqi's original words at that time. "We can't escape. The ancient warriors are too fast. It's impossible for us to escape. I had no choice but to resort to this plan. Let's go, let's hurry and leave. Let them take the lead. It's okay, they're geniuses with 30 star slots. They'll definitely get out of this." After those 3 sentences were dug out, the livestream was immediately filled with criticism. "You're right because you're weak? What a ridiculous logic. What's the difference between this and saying that you're right because you're old or poor? Should others help you just because you're weak? Should they be pushed to the front by you? You're simply a social giant, okay? How can you be so righteous? You're hypocritically saying that you're a genius with 30 star slots and that you'll definitely be able to get out of this. You're so glib, but you can't hide your viciousness. Let me be fair. She did have no choice. She already said that she knew she couldn't escape, so she resorted to this plan, didn't she? Yeah, are we just going to sit back and do nothing? Are we going to wait for the ancient warriors to kick them out of the competition too? This is a competition. It's all for the sake of ranking and points. Do you think there are so many teams playing house with you? Just this kind of team? They can even get a ranking? XSWL Jiang Shao had no idea how the netizens would comment on this matter. At this moment, he was rather shocked by Xiaoqi's actions. Why? Because everyone in the world was watching, and she did that without hesitation. Did she act recklessly and recklessly? Or did she think it through and have good reasons and excuses? No matter what, the two teams were really at odds. Accompanied by the crackling sounds of the torches, Jiang Shao and the others stuck close to the wall and walked forward carefully until they reached a fork in the road. Jiang Shao and the others were confused. No one had a topographic map of this place. Should they stick to the wall and turn right? Or should they continue moving forward? Stick close to the wall and you won't get lost. Han Jiangxue gave an order, and everyone immediately executed it. Along the way, they saw some teams moving in their direction and passing by Jiang Zhao's team. The ancient imperial mausoleum was indeed huge. Everyone stuck close to the wall and walked forward. The dark-colored stone bricks were engraved with exquisite patterns, and they couldn't help but sigh and wonder how long it would take for the magnificent project to be completed. To Jiang Shao and the others, this was no longer the ancient imperial mausoleum, but a huge maze. In this dangerous maze, the students were all extremely vigilant. No one spoke or showed any friendliness, and they simply walked their own paths with their guards up. However, after walking for 10 minutes, Li Wei sensed through his keen senses that there was a student who seemed to be hesitant to speak among the team that was approaching. Li Wei frowned, unsure of what the unfamiliar student meant just now. After walking forward for less than half a minute, Li Wei slowed down. He was already at the front, and after he slowed down, the three people behind him who were already on high alert slowed down too. "What's the matter?" Han Jiangxue asked softly. "Someone's here." Li Wei arched his body slightly and clenched the long-handled hammer in his hand. "Someone's here." Xia Yin froze for a moment and looked carefully in front of her. After everyone had walked so far away, there were no more torches on the wall. Hence, the stone corridor of the ancient imperial mausoleum could be considered dark. Xia Yin asked in a mocking tone, "Is there someone or is there an ambush?" Li Wei said with uncertainty, "Let's deal with them as if they're enemies. They're holding their breaths and are clearly trying their best to hide their track." Jiang Shao sighed and thought to himself, "It's indeed the National League. The outside world is just too exciting. There's an old saying in China, 'Never have the intention to harm others, but never be wary of others.' Now, it seems that, if I don't harm others, I really won't be able to integrate into a big family like the National League." Chapter 283. Li Wei raised the long-handled hammer high and activated his burning flame star technique. The hammer was burning with flames that were much brighter than the torch in Jiang Zhao's hand. There were some changes in the terrain in front, and there was a gap in the middle of a stone wall that looked like a door. Those people seemed to have realized that they had been discovered, or that they had realized that the new team had slowed down and was on high alert. Hence, the figure hiding behind the stone wall darted out. He blocked the gap in the wall and the path became a dead end. They wondered what was behind him. Was it a special room? Or a mysterious passage? Or the forbidden area of the ancient imperial mausoleum? "This path is blocked. Go back the way we came." The voice of the man in black was a little hoarse. He was wearing a cloak and a hood that was pulled down low. He also lowered his head slightly, so that everyone could only see his chin. Under the flickering light of the fire, the man's figure and voice seemed particularly sinister. Of course, that could only scare the children. Jiang Shao wasn't flustered at all. The man in black? His figure is mysterious and blurry? His voice is hoarse and sinister? That's second last standard. I've been hanging out with her for such a long time. How dare you try to scare me with your style? Compared to second last, you're nothing. You've only learned a little bit and can't learn the essence of the arrogant soldier. That cold temperament, that aura that made one's hair stand on end, was something that you simply could not learn. Guardians? Li Wei asked with uncertainty. The man in black did not respond and simply repeated, "This path is blocked. Go back the way we came." Li Wei's face was full of bewilderment. He had clearly discovered the aura of 4 people, but the other 3 were still hiding behind the wall. They seemed more like a team of contestants and not like the Guardians of the Night or the Star Warrior officers scattered all over the ancient Imperial Mausoleum. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and Xia Yan was a little bewildered too. At this moment, Jiang Shao suddenly said, "We can move freely between floors 1 to 18. What right do you have to make us go back the way we came?" Everyone was shocked. If they were really the Guardians, Jiang Zhao's tone and words would be rather hostile. "This is the last time. Get lost." The man in black lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Jiang Shao said, "You're only a few years old and you're already pretending to be profound? You're trying to show off your mannerism by lowering your voice, aren't you?" The black-clothed man on the other side suddenly raised his head, revealing a young face. Han Jiangxue and the others were dumbfounded and thought, is he really the same age? Was this a high school student? Contestant? Seeing that he couldn't keep up the act any longer, 2 figures flashed out from the gap in the wall. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation, while the last figure didn't come out from behind the wall. It seemed to be a magician or a support type. "I told you to get lost. Can't you understand human language?" the young man in the black hood said. However, Jiang Shao found the person in the second row rather familiar. "Isn't that the string of skewers? Howard Lee?" These people were participating teams from the imperial capital. What were they doing here? Jiang Zhao's mind raced. If this was a dead end, they would be mentally retarded. Any ancient warrior would be able to kill them all. So what was behind this broken wall? Clearly, it was an important entrance. Otherwise, they wouldn't be guarding it. The problem was that it was everyone's first time entering the ancient Imperial Mausoleum. Why did they know to guard this place? Could it be that they knew the terrain in advance? The more Jiang Shao thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He then thought about how the high school students from Imperial Capital seemed to be getting along well with each other when they reported. Clearly, there were already signs of forming an alliance. In that case, Jiang Shao had a bad conjecture. After snapping back to his senses, he heard the intense verbal confrontation between the young man and Xia Yan. Xia Yan had been feeling rather displeased. She had just been tricked by Xiaoqi, and now, another team had come to block the way. Xia Yan said mockingly, "I was almost frightened by you guys. Are you trying to rob us? Do you have the capital to do that?" The young man in the hood said menacingly, "Cut the crap and get lost. Don't compare blindly. You're asking us if we have the capital to do that? If you want to die, just say it." The team of 3 in front of the wall lit up their star maps one after another, looking like they were ready to attack. Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hands and said, "Retreat." Xia Yan was extremely infuriated, and the star map on her body had already been activated. The 28 star slots were so bright that they almost blinded everyone. Han Jiangxue hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, "Retreat." She then grabbed Xia Yan's arm and retreated while Li Wei held onto his shield. The 4 of them maintained their formation and retreated step by step. Xia Yan was so infuriated that she was trembling all over, but she had nowhere to vent her anger. She stomped her feet and yelled, "Ah! When have I ever suffered such grievances? Take life and death lightly, fight if you're not satisfied. I've been wandering around for so many years. When have I ever been afraid of anyone? Why is this damn Jiang Xiaopi so cowardly? Why did he have to retreat?" Jiang Zhao's heart was much gloomier than his expression. Just like he said before, he didn't bring the kids out for the sake of suffering grievances. What kind of society is this now? It's a fast-paced society that's infuriating. It's also a society where the slightest disagreement can result in death. If I say I'm going to beat you up, I have to kick you immediately. If I say I'm going to kill your entire family, I have to do it tonight. I can't even wait for the next day. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. That's the magnanimity that a big shot should have. Jiang Shao would usually take revenge on the spot. If he really couldn't, he would wait for a while. Most importantly, the 8 or 9 teams from Beijing had formed an alliance, and it was obvious that they were aiming for a place in the semifinals. The existence of the alliance would harm the interests of all the other teams. In particular, Jiang Shao had never said it out loud, but he had his own ambitions. He really wanted to fight for a place in the semifinals. If he could seize the opportunity to defeat a team while they were alone, it would not only be beneficial to reducing the strength of the Capital Alliance, but it would also be beneficial for Jiang Zhao's team to obtain a place in the semifinals. However, before taking revenge, he had to confirm his conjecture. Jiang Shao yelled, "It's not easy to survive in the Capital Alliance, is it? You're following behind them and guarding their door. How can you guys get any benefits when they're eating the meat?" Enraged, the hooded man barked, "What?" Seeing his reaction, Jiang Shao was even more certain of his conjecture. He whispered, "Prepare the lightning chain." After hearing his words, Xia Yan froze in shock. Jiang Shao raised his head and continued to yell, "We're all young people and we're all at the age where we're not willing to admit defeat. Who would be willing to be the protagonist? No one would want to be the watchdog of others, right?" Jiang Zhao's voice drifted far away, causing the 4 of them to be dumbfounded. "Is he provoking us?" The hooded man barked furiously, "Damn it, say that again?" Jiang Shao responded loudly and clearly, "I said you're noobs, I said you're watchdogs." The hooded man said, "Damn it, cough." The man's face was flushed and he couldn't continue his sentence, as if the blood in his stomach was about to gush out. The star power in his body was in a frenzy, and he could only cough strangely. Gold quality star technique * sound of silence. Han Jiangxue threw out the lightning chain in her hands. The sound of the electric current shooting out was chilling to the ears, and the lightning chain was immediately connected to the 4 of them in the distance. It then moved back and forth frantically, lighting up the dark corner of the wall. "Enough, enough, 2 shots are enough," Jiang Shao hurriedly said to stop her. Jiang Shao frantically tried to stop her. He was well aware of Han Jiangxue's output, not to mention that it was a gold-quality star technique that dealt the highest damage, Thunderbolt. If Han Jiangxue were to throw one more shot, they would probably be in big trouble. "Oh. Aren't you 4? What a coincidence, I bumped into you here. What's wrong with you? Answer me." Behind the crowd, a unique local accent came from afar. Everyone turned around warily, only to see the Tianjin thug, Lu Yang, and his team. On the other hand, the beautiful medical awakened, Kai Yao, was walking forward with a straight face and looking rather arrogant. However, she suddenly winked at Jiang Shao when no one was paying attention. Jiang Shao wasn't sure what she was thinking. Why did she keep winking at me? Could it be, has she been kidnapped? Is she asking me for help? The Tianjin thug, Lu Yang, did not care about the others at all and simply walked past Jiang Zhao's team. He then walked towards Howard Lee and said, "Well, aren't we all descendants of the dragon? You have to keep your eyes open." Lu Yang squatted down and fumbled in Howard Lee's pocket. "You really dare to stop anyone who's in your team? Do you know who Jesse is? He's the toxic healer, aka the Beijing bandits." Jiang Shao scratched his head and asked with a bewildered expression, "Do I need you to flatter me?" The atmosphere was initially tense and murderous, but why did it change when this kid came? Chapter 284. Lu Yang took out a pile of star beads from Howard Lee's pocket. Everyone was speechless. At the same time, the voice of the referee sounded through the invisible earphones of the 4 members of Lu Yang's team. Lu Yang's smile stiffened and he put the star beads back obediently. Everyone was speechless. Unexpectedly, Lu Yang took out a dagger again. Holding it between two fingers, he patted the heads of the 4 players with the cold blade of the dagger and pressed down on the invisible headphones. I say, their team can't be considered a rescue. This is considered as them losing their ability to fight. They have to be considered as directly withdrawing from the competition. My dagger kills 1 person at a time. You guys saw it too. The 4 of them were either knocked unconscious by Han Jiangxue, or their limbs were numb and unable to move at all. Hence, they had no choice but to let Lu Yang mock them. They had no idea what the referee said through the earphones of Lu Yang's team, but Lu Yang kept chuckling. At the same time, the beautiful lady with shoulder-length hair, Kai Yao, walked over and extended her right hand to Jiang Shao with a playful smile on her face. It seems that you guys know their secret too. With a bewildered expression, Xia Yan nudged Li Wei with her elbow and asked, "What do we know?" Li Wei was speechless. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly, seemingly able to tell what the girl was implying. Kai Yao tilted her head at the broken wall and extended her right hand in front of Jiang Shao. She said, "We all need companions who can support each other and make it to the semi-finals. It'll be hard for your team to snatch food from the tiger's mouth." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. If he still had some conjectures previously, Kai Yao's words had completely confirmed his thoughts. What did she mean by snatching food from the tiger's mouth? Was there a need to ask? It was either the star beads of the ancient warriors that could be converted into point. However, with the combat ability of the ancient warriors, could they be considered food? Stop fooling around. In that case, the only remaining possibility was that there was a special weapon worth 200 points on this floor somewhere behind the broken wall. Tianjin is under the feet of the Emperor. It seems that they also have some special information like some teams in Beijing? Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. There's only one weapon. How are we going to split it? Jiang Shao asked with raised eyebrows. Kai Yao's lips curled into a faint smile, as if she didn't want others to see such a beautiful scene. She covered her mouth with one hand and whispered, "Isn't there another level?" Jiang Shao felt relieved. As expected, there are special weapons worth 200 points. Moreover, it was obvious that the people of the Imperial Capital Alliance knew about this beforehand. From what Kai Yao said, it seemed like she also knew the location of the weapons on the next floor. You damned shady contestants. Today, Idagawa Kexo, will punish you. Jiang Shao turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, "I'm not the captain." With regards to this sudden alliance, everyone in the team was at a loss as to what to do. However, the only thing that Jiang Shao could confirm was that this team should have done a lot of homework on his team, and they might even have a special understanding of everyone's personalities. Otherwise, in such a cruel and realistic competition, they wouldn't easily form an alliance with a team. Jiang Shao wanted to form an alliance with this team. On one hand, it was because of the information that they had, and on the other hand, it was because of their strength. Lu Yang's 29 star slots were real, and the information clearly indicated that he was a fallen shadow thorn in human skin. There was no doubt about his combat effectiveness and star technique. His companion, Kai Yao, was also one of the few people in this cohort who possessed the sound of silence. Even among the high school students from the other teams in Tianjin and Yanzhou province, only 1 or 2 of them managed to acquire that star technique. Without a doubt, Kai Yao's family was rich and powerful. His personal qualifications were also top-notch. With 2 top-notch teammates like him, how weak could the other 2 students be? Jiang Shao finally understood that although each team was fighting for their own glory in the preliminary round, they would have to form alliances and seek benefits for the smaller team if they really wanted to enter the semi-finals. This competition was also a test of one's brains. Han Jiangxue understood the look in Jiang Zhao's eyes, but her arrogant personality made her say, "Are you strong enough? Hey sister, Look at what you're saying. Lu Yang immediately stood up and stroked his buzz cut. Our team claims to be the second best in Tianjin, but no one dares to claim to be the first. Let's just look at Yao Yao. She's definitely one of the best among the auxiliary students in this cohort. Lu Yang rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled. But then again, I've been glancing at the students in Beijing, Tianjin, and Yanzhou to see who can use their money to create another sound of silence. I really didn't expect such a person to emerge from Beijing. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Lu Yang chuckled and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just admiring and surprised." "Yes," Han Jiangxue interrupted Lu Yang and said, "No matter where we get the weapons, we'll take the first one, you guys take the second one, we'll take the third one, and so on." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao finally reached out and grabbed Kai Yao's hand that had been frozen in front of him. "It's a deal." Kai Yao was speechless. "What the hell do you mean by it's a deal?" Seeing that the two teams had finally reached an agreement, the other two boys from Tianjin Nankai High School finally spoke up. The two boys were burly and barehanded. They were both about 1.7 meters tall, and the taller one said, "He Fan, Shield Warrior." The other boy, who was slightly shorter, said, "Zhang Qinzhou, Shield Warrior." Double Shield Warrior. What kind of combination is this? Double Shield Warrior, one healer and one attacker. Besides, the attacker was physical attacker, Lu Yang. If Lu Yang were to be replaced with a Rules Awakened, the composition of the team would at least be passable. However, it seemed that the composition of the team was simply abnormal. From another perspective, how high was Lu Yang's output? How could he make the school come up with such an unconventional lineup of 3 to protect one? How strong is this kid? This is the representative team of Tianjin, which is under the royal city. The competition for the spots in the team is extremely intense, but this kid actually managed to secure a lineup of 3 to protect one. Although Lu Yang seemed to be cheeky and glib-tongued, he was truly talented. He had 29 star slots, and all his star techniques were strange, most of which were related to shadow. If it weren't for the fact that Nandua Province's blue and white porcelain had suddenly advanced to the galaxy stage, Lu Yang, the Tianjin thug, would definitely be qualified to run for the chief assassin of this year. Kai Yao struggled gently, but she still couldn't retract her hand that Jiang Shao was holding. However, she heard Jiang Shao whispering in her ear, "Were you kidnapped?" Kai Yao froze for a moment and pulled her hand out of Jiang Zhao's grasp forcefully. "No, what are you talking about?" Jiang Shao had a peculiar expression on his face. "Then why do you keep winking at me?" Kai Yao held her forehead with one hand and stared at him with a look of disbelief. "Do you still have to ask? Are you the legendary straight man of steel?" Jiang Shao smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head, looking rather bashful. All of a sudden, he blinked his left eye at Kai Yao, which was so abrupt that Kai Yao almost thought that she had seen wrongly. However, she heard Jiang Shao say softly, "Do you know that when you winked at me, I already thought about where to bury your boyfriend? I was flirted with. I've been wandering around for more than 10 years, yet I actually got flirted with by this toxic healer from Beijing? Wow, I feel terrible. I didn't succeed in flirting with him and even got sneaked up on." Kai Yao blushed slightly, and before she could say anything, Li Wei said, "Someone's coming." At the next moment, Li Wei, He Fan, and Zhang Qinzhou, the 3 shield warriors, stepped forward at the same time and stood in the first row. Xia Yan turned around and glanced at Lu Yang in disdain. Both of them were melee fighters, and before the battle began, they habitually stood in the second row of the team. "Sister, don't look at me, look in front," Lu Yang said. All of a sudden, a faint shadow darted out of his body and quickly merged into the dark ancient imperial mausoleum. "You two go to the back," Han Jiangxue said as she stood in the middle of the team and took over the command of the two teams. Kai Yao was originally the commander of the team, and she was a little flustered because of Jiang Zhao's sneak attack. Hence, she subconsciously obeyed Han Jiangshue's orders. As soon as she turned around, she felt that something was amiss, but she was dragged to the back by Jiang Shao. The audience saw the alliance between the two teams and had different reactions. However, to the viewers of Su Ro's livestream, which was the home base of the Beijiang team, it was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. It's done. Damn it. Awesome. There are 200 teams this year, and there are a total of 202 auxiliary members. Kai Yao's comprehensive abilities can be ranked in the top 3 among the auxiliary members this year. She's really cozied up to someone powerful. Damn it, Liu Yang is really a macho man. He's ranked in the top 10 among the nearly 400 attackers. Why did such a strong team form an alliance with us? Because we're more impressive. Do you think our goddess Shui is just a pretty face? Wow, that's a nice way to put it. +1. +2. +184119551. Is there honey in your mouth? May I ask, what's Xiaopi's ranking among the auxiliary members? Don't ask. If you ask, you can't say. Don't ask. If you ask, you'll be too ashamed to say. Why do you have to mention it? Don't ask these questions that make you look bad. You fake fan, get out of here. F*CKU. Can our god Pi be ranked among the auxiliary members? You have to rank him among the attackers, and then you'll realize that you might as well put him among the auxiliary members. That's right. After all, there are only about 200 auxiliary members. God Pi can be ranked at least in the top 200, but there are more than 400 attackers. How can he be ranked in the top 400? Chapter 285. A bunch of bad old men. My god Pi is clearly ranked very high, but you guys made it sound so pitiful. Ha 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 ha, the newbies have been scared away by you guys. According to the updated data on the official site, Pai Shen is now ranked 19th among this year's support players. That scared the hell out of me. It's indeed scary. Although people have high evaluations of the Beijiang medical soldiers over the years, none of them have ever been ranked in the top 20. There are more than 200 elite assistants from all over the country, and yet, we're ranked 19th. It's like a dream. The assistants are ranked low partly because the overall level of the team is not high and they can't show the brilliance of the Beijiang medical soldiers. On the other hand, they're still lacking in control. Yes, it makes sense. The Beijiang medical soldiers are good at healing, but they're mainly weak in control. They usually find control-type star techniques from Damring, which are very affected by the environment. God Pi has Sound of Silence. That's a gold-quality star technique. Besides, it's an extremely functional star technique. Didn't you see how he played a role in the 2 battles just now? Why is he only ranked 19th? The officials are looking down on us too much. There aren't many people with Sound of Silence in this batch. You bunch of baddies. You just lied to me and said that Xiaopi is ranked in the 200s and 400s. Now you're saying that he's ranked 19th. I'm going to cry. Shut up, shut up. I'll F*King kill you with a punch. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. On this side, Su Ro was watching the competition while chatting with the bullet screen. Every time she saw someone praising her class's team, she would feel happy. She was in a good mood and her face glowed. She was full of anticipation as she continued to enjoy the annual gluttonous feast. While Su Ro was overjoyed, the 2 teams on the other side restrained their auras. Why? It was because they were from the Guardians. A squad of 4 from the Guardian army arrived. They were silent the entire way, not making a single sound. Each of them carried one of the students who had fallen to the ground and could not get up. Liu Yang ran forward and asked, "Did they lose their ability to fight? Did they withdraw from the competition?" In the end, the Guardian army completely ignored him. Liu Yang turned around and spread his hands helplessly. On the side, He Fan, who was a little quiet, spoke up. 8 people to a team, 1 commander, or 4 people to a team, 2 commanders? That was a rather sensitive issue. Just now, when they were preparing to fight against the enemy, Han Jiangshui used her powerful aura to deprive Kai Yao of her right to command. Now, they had time to solve that acute problem. Kai Yao walked over and said, "Whether it's in terms of position or class priority, I should be the commander." Han Jiangshui asked in a nasal voice. She turned around and looked down at Kai Yao. Kai Yao was less than 1.7 meters tall and was much shorter than Han Jiangshui. However, she had a domineering aura as she looked up at Han Jiangshui with a faint smile on her face. Indeed, supports were more suited to command a team than DPSers. This was a natural advantage. Jiang Shao grabbed Han Jiangshui's arm and gently pulled her to his side. He then said to the crowd, "Let's split into 2 teams. We'll help each other and seek common ground while reserving our differences." Sure. Kai Yao nodded too. She didn't want the resistance army to start fighting again after they had just formed an alliance. "Come on, let's go in and take a look." Jiang Shao stroked Han Jiangshui's back gently in a comforting manner. Jiang Shao was overthinking. Han Jiangshui was a very calm person, and she was merely acting tough in front of outsiders. Just like in the past few years, after her parents had passed away, she had always shown the world a strong front. She had never been weak. Her behavior had changed a little recently. Ever since Jiang Shao became sensible and became more powerful, Han Jiangshui's mentality had changed a lot. For example, when they were in the backyard of Xia Yan's house and in the cave deep in the snowfield, she would occasionally lean on his shoulder and enjoy the rare feeling of being taken care of. The 2 teams walked along the broken wall, only to find that it was as if they had entered another mausoleum. The mausoleum was huge and there were all sorts of rooms in it. "Over there. There's movement over there," Zhang Qinzhou and Li Wei said almost at the same time. The 2 groups of people looked at each other, then moved swiftly and silently. Outside the broken wall behind them, there was a team that had encountered a problem in choosing a direction. When they were at a loss of where to go, they happened to see a team of guardians carrying 4 contestants out of the alley. The team looked at each other. They really wanted to go with the guardians because it would at least be safer that way. After the soldiers left, the team members said, "These 4 people are really unlucky. I wonder if they've fainted or really died." A girl's voice suddenly sounded. "Let's enter this alley." "Xiaoqi? Are you crazy? Didn't you see it just now? Those students were carried out by the guardians, and we don't know if they're dead or alive." Xiaoqi said, "Yeah, doesn't that mean that the guardians have entered here to save them? Think about how the guardians look. They don't look too disheveled, and they look calm and composed. The contestants don't seem to have lost any limbs either. It's obvious that this group of soldiers came to the rescue in time. They even repelled the ancient warriors and rescued the contestant." Everyone in the team was taken aback. Xiaoqi continued, "It's not a solution to hide like this. Even if we manage to hold on for 72 hours, we'll still get 0 points. There's a great opportunity in front of us now." "Why? What opportunity?" Xiaoqi looked disdainful and rolled her eyes at her teammate. She said, "The ancient warriors inside must have been taught a lesson by the guardians. They must be weak and seriously injured now. We have to seize the opportunity. Didn't you see? The guardians successfully rescued those students just now. Don't you know what the ancient warriors are like? They can't wait to eat human flesh and drink human blood. It's impossible for them to let the guardians take away their spoils of war. Hence, there must have been a huge battle between the guardians and the ancient warriors. Didn't you see how calm and composed the guardians were just now? The soldiers had obviously taught the ancient warriors a good lesson. You bunch of fools. Am I the only one who saw it?" The teammates looked at each other and pondered for a while. Suddenly, they felt that Xiaoqi's analysis made sense. At this moment, everyone heard the chirp of a bird not far behind them. "Here? Immediately after, it was a girl's slightly cold voice. Yes, I can't be wrong. Another girl's pleasant voice sounded. However, the conversation between the two girls was not in Mandarin, so no one could understand them. It's just a small mistake, but it's going to take so long to make up for it. Focus. We can't let our teacher down. Xin Xing's voice was a little cold, and she did not look too good. However, she probably had some scruples, so she did not dare to flare up. Xiong Chumo's delicate face was full of grievance, and she looked like she was about to cry. However, her heart ached for the two male teammates next to her. Oh, she said softly, chased after the little bird that was hovering in the air, and walked quickly into the alley. Xin Xing looked at the team of 4 standing next to the wall of the alley warily. The two teams did not communicate at all and simply passed by each other. Xiaoqi's teammate slapped his forehead in frustration and said, "Someone beat us to it. Hurry, let's go." No. Xiaoqi rolled her eyes and said, "Isn't it better to have a team to scout the way for us?" Her teammates came to a sudden realization and nodded secretly. There were thousands of ways to go, but safety came first. Xiaoqi waited patiently for a while before saying, "Let's go, let's follow them. Let's go." The teams of Jiang Shao and Lu Yang, who were in the mausoleum behind the broken wall, slowly approached the edge of the battlefield of the Capital Alliance along with the rumbling sounds and the flickering flames. The so-called battlefield was a huge house in front of them. The walls of the house were not solid, but rather, there were exquisite carvings. The closer they got to the battlefield, the more shocked they were. The air seemed to be filled with violent star power, let alone the scorching temperature. The room in front of them was fiery red, as if it was already a sea of fire. Jiang Shao stealthily crept forward and held the stone pillar with his hand to look into the interior of the house through the carved stone wall. He was shocked to see what was going on. There were flame dragons all over the sky and 3-headed fire snakes all over the ground. The entire house was filled with the scene of volcanoes erupting and lava splashing everywhere. A team of ancient warriors and a group of high school students were fighting fiercely. Chapter 286. The fire techniques in Beijing were well known in the country. If someone were to ask, which region in the country has the most powerful star techniques? Most people would have a few representative regions in mind: Dajiang Province, Beijing, and so on. At this moment, the young talents who were separated from Jiang Shao happened to be from the high school league in Beijing. There were about 6 teams with more than 20 people. The ones who were in charge of the scene were, of course, the fire techniques from Beijing. Which one was called the Inferno Dragon, which one was called the Meteor Shower, which one was called the 3-headed fire snake, and which one was called a volcanic eruption. Jiang Shao even saw the fire star technique that came with the summoning element, the Little Burning Man. Just like its name, the Little Burning Man was made up of flames, each about 50 centimeters tall. Their shape was a little strange, but of course, if one were to look at them for a long time, they would find them rather adorable. The Little Burning Man was similar to a human with a head and 4 limbs, but it did not have any facial features. Generally speaking, it was just a small creature that was burning in the shape of the word big. It was hard to tell which side was the front and which was the back. They hopped forward like happy fools. Most of them were directly turned into frost by the oncoming ice arrows, while a small number of them raised their arms and shot out crimson flames. What was interesting was that every time the Little Burning Men shot out a line of fire, their bodies would shrink a little. The Little Burning Men advanced one after another, and some of them really sprayed themselves. A small number of the Little Burning Men dodged the attack of the rain of arrows and pounced into the arms of the ancient warriors, causing them to explode immediately. Although the Little Burning Men were small in size, the damage caused by the explosion was not low. They could actually blast the tall and burly ancient warriors away. Wow! Xia Yan's eyes were filled with stars. The little Burning Man was not a star technique that was commonly seen in Beijing. It was a creature from the Flame Cave, a dimensional space that was not open to the public. There were videos online, but it was her first time seeing it in person. From this perspective, it was indeed a good choice for Han Jiangxue to study in Beijing. After all, her star map was white flames, which was most compatible with Fire Series star technique. It would be great if she could acquire some supreme-grade Fire Series star techniques during her college life in the future. The cooperation of the Beijing High School Alliance was not very good. It was just a simple shield warrior blocking the arrows while a few rules awakened attacked the enemies. With the violent Fire Series star techniques, it was difficult for the melee fighters to get close to them and attack. The ancient warriors were not easy to deal with either. There were about 30 of them, and they were well equipped. Most importantly, they seemed to have two leaders. Jiang Shao saw at least 2 ancient archer generals. Unlike the ancient archer generals that Jiang Zhao's team faced just now, the 2 ancient archer generals this time were both male and slightly larger than the soldiers of the other ancient warriors. They were also taller by more than half a head, so their identities could be easily distinguished. Whoosh! Whoosh! The leaders of the ancient martial archers reached out with their left hands and pulled the bow and arrow with their right hand. A pitch-black bow and arrow appeared in their hands out of thin air. They shot out one after another at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Some of the shield warriors in front of them were holding shadow shields, flame shields, and lava shields. They all had different star techniques, but they were all able to block the arrows that were flying towards them. However, this time, the arrows were no longer ice and fire. Hold on! Hold on! All of you, hold on! A male assistant yelled angrily from behind. The students in the room had just been traumatized by the sacrificial arrow, but after a few roars, they were filled with rage and fighting spirit. The roars even affected the people outside the wall, and even Jiang Shao wished he could throw a sound of silence into the room before dashing in with his sword. It seemed that sound of silence was really a star technique that was difficult to acquire. If the high school students of Beijing had even one sound of silence, the situation wouldn't have been so embarrassing. Do the assistants lack money? Do they lack status? Do they lack connections? Do they lack connections? Jiang Shao didn't think so. The only possibility was that the assistants didn't even manage to get a sound of silence after using money. The ancient archer general's sacrificial arrow did not work as it should. Clearly, the roar just now should be a star technique similar to Warcry. In fact, it might even be Warcry from Daming Province. The ancient archer general drew his bow again, but this time, he shot out a poisonous arrow. Arrow of Plague. More than 10 ancient archers were shooting all kinds of arrows in their hand. The only thing missing was the profession of ancient poison archer. However, as the leader of the gold quality team, the ancient archer general knew how to shoot the arrow of plague. The tall ancient archer general turned the summoned black longbow into a dark green longbow. They strolled under the meteor shower and moved extremely quickly. However, they seemed rather relaxed as they dodged all kinds of Fire Series star techniques. In the end, they still managed to shoot the arrow of plague. The expression of a tall, square-faced young man changed, and he raised his hands menacingly. Jiang Shao knew him. It was Ying Shi. Back when the team was assembled, he was also one of the people that the officials paid special attention to because he also had a spatial star technique. In the candle star map that appeared on Ying Shi's body, the 8th golden star slot suddenly lit up. Wax candle? The star map of such a tall and burly man turned out to be a small candle. In particular, there seemed to be a small flame burning on the candle. Under the influence of star power, it swayed left and right, making one feel afraid that the flame would be extinguished by a gust of wind. At the next moment, in the hinterland of the enemy, the ground where the ancient archer general was standing trembled and suddenly tore apart. A small volcano, made up of star power, rose from the ground and spewed out scorching magma. By the time he was done, the plague arrows had already been blocked by the shields of the shield bearers. There was even an arrow that pierced through the front line and headed straight for the rear of the Imperial High School Alliance. The dark green arrow did not need to touch anything before it shattered, and the dark green poisonous fog quickly spread outwards. "Your Majesty, look over there," Lu Yang said as he nudged Jiang Shao with his shoulder. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "What kind of nickname is that? You can call me by my nickname, but you should add the word toxic healer in front of it. You're making things difficult for me." Jiang Shao said, "If you continue to call me that, I'll make you patrol the mountains." Lu Yang was speechless. Jiang Shao said, "And you're going to catch a monk for dinner." Kai Yao looked in the direction that Lu Yang was looking at and saw a heavy box through the hollowed-out patterned wall. She couldn't help but say, "The organizers of this competition are really considerate. When they announced the rules, they said that the weapons could be hidden anywhere. But the box is just placed there. Where else can it be hidden?" Lu Yang rubbed his hands excitedly and whispered, "What do we?" Before Lu Yang finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past, blowing away not only the dark green poisonous fog, but also the fire snakes that were crawling all over the ground and the sea of flames. "Put it down!" A roar shocked everyone. On the other side of the wall, a male assistant with a tinfoil perm suddenly raised his hands high and a dazzling star technique fell. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. He had seen that star technique on a member of the Victor's Legion on Lunar New Year's Eve. Boom! With a crisp sound, the heavy box exploded and the dazzling star technique smashed onto the box. The crowd did not know what was going on. They did not know what was going on, but they saw that behind the shattered box, there was a figure that appeared and disappeared from time to time. There were even traces of sparks on her trousers. Where did this person come from? She actually managed to sneak into such a chaotic battlefield? The battle between the ancient warriors and the Capital High School Alliance had affected the entire room. There were ice arrows and fire arrows all over the sky, fire snakes all over the ground, and all kinds of volcanoes and little burning men in the room. But it was in such an environment that an assassin had managed to sneak in. Not only did she sneak in, but she also took away what was in the box. What was she holding in her hand? A golden bow and arrow? Hee, the figure of a girl with a pair of smiling eyes appeared from time to time. She was holding a bow in her right hand and placing 2 fingers on her lips with her left hand. She then raised her hand and blew a kiss to the students of the Capital High School Alliance. Yuan, Qing, Hua, Pi. Chapter 287. Yuan, Qing, Hua. The star map of a scumbag boy with a tinfoil perm suddenly lit up. His star map was like an endless river that looked very peculiar. The 6th star slot was flickering continuously. Next, a series of stars fell and smashed towards Yuan Qinghua. Yuan Qinghua flicked her clean short hair with a mischievous smile on her face, after which her body suddenly disappeared without a trace in front of everyone, leaving only a series of stars crashing onto the ground. Tisk, tisk. Jiang Shao shook his head and sighed softly. She's really showing off. Besides that smile, damn it, it's so damn sweet. Li Yuan, save some star power, Ying Shi yelled. However, one of the members of the alliance yelled, "Over there! Over there!" Rumble! A violent fire technique blasted out a crimson pillar of fire that rushed towards the wall like a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Jiang Shao shivered and got a shock from the heat wave. This time, he couldn't be bothered about sweet anymore. Which side is over there? Of course, it wasn't where Yuan Qinghua was. Her concealment skills were at least difficult for the students in the nebula stage to see through. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to sneak into the battlefield and take away the golden bow. The so-called over there referred to where Jiang Shao and the others were. Their figures had been detected. Jiang Shao and the others were dumbfounded when they saw a fiery red dragon rushing towards them. Damn it. This is an undeserved disaster. That damned that damned Yuan Qinghua. Not only did she take away the weapon, she even framed the alliance teams of Beijiang Province and Jinmen City. Without hesitation, Han Jiangxue activated Sky Smasher, and the fiery dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, smashed the wall, and plunged into Sky Smasher. Excellent! In an instant, everyone in the two teams felt relieved. Goddess Shui is indeed worthy of her reputation. Hurry up and leave. Go. Kai Yao's expression was extremely sullen as she hurriedly urged everyone to escape. As the saying goes, a good tiger is no match for a pack of wolves. Not to mention that the group of great gods from the imperial capital behind him were not wolves, but real fierce tigers. The two teams were so frightened that they covered their heads and scurried away. Behind them, a group of ferocious tigers broke out of the cage, and behind the ferocious tigers was a group of ancient warriors who were dumbfounded as they watched the group of people run out in a hurry. The fight was only halfway through, and they were already calling it quits? And you guys even have the upper hand? We've already lost so many soldiers. Why are you all running away? The faces of the two ancient archer generals stiffened. They tilted their heads and executed two ugly yet adorable tilting head slashes. Immediately after, an ancient martial archer general roared. All the ancient martial warriors came back to their senses and started killing again. Start a massacre? Yes, the ground was still crawling with fire snakes, and there were even little fiery people jumping around everywhere. Jiang Zhao's team was running at the front, and the powerhouses of Kainan Province were right in front of them. Chumo and the other three were stunned. What was happening? Although they didn't know what exactly happened, the roars were real. The four of them hurriedly turned around and ran back. Behind the Kainan Province team, Xiaoqi and her teammates also stood rooted to the ground. They all felt the tremors of the ground and heard the angry roars. Xiaoqi panicked and subconsciously extended her hands, after which a gust of wind rolled up. Regardless of what happened, blowing the group of people in front of her back and buying time for her to escape was the safest choice. Whether you guys die or not has nothing to do with me. If you can buy some time for me to survive, that would be your greatest value. Shen Xing, the melee fighter of the Kainan Province team, clearly felt the slight wind blowing in the direction of the wind. With a cold glint in her eyes, she tilted her body, stepped on the wall, and dodged the oncoming wind. She then ran horizontally on the wall and threw the dagger in her hand. Chumo! The Kainan Province team members yelled in panic. Their doctor didn't manage to avoid the strong wind and was blown away. A voice also sounded in front of the Kainan Province team. Be careful! Xiaoqi's teammate shouted and pounced on Xiaoqi. With a swoosh sound, the sharp dagger grazed Xiaoqi's scalp and pierced through. It was a close shave and a close shave. The Kainan Province team was still in shock, and the shield warrior turned around to save Xiong Chumo, only to find that she had already fallen into the arms of a tall and handsome boy. It was none other than Li Wei. Did Sister Lin just fall from the sky? Sister Xiong came out of nowhere? Li Wei hugged Xiong Chumo with his long arm and said something that made Jiang Shao and the others freeze in shock. It's that girl's aura. She's been following us? Li Wei ran quickly with his long legs. He had always been calm, but after sensing the aura of Xiaoqi again, he was filled with rage. How dare these scumbags follow us? Han Jiangxue looked at the girl in Li Wei's arms and misunderstood his words. She asked, Who is this? Not her, I mean the girl who framed our team just now. She's the one who blew you towards the ancient warriors, Li Wei hurriedly explained. Where is she? Where is she? Jiang Zhao's interest was immediately piqued. As he asked, he had already run to the scene. Ha! I see her. Jiang Shao saw the jealous woman who had just been helped up against the wall. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast a blessing. I don't care where you come from. Please have a taste of the poisonous milk of Beijiang province. Double bet. Xiaoqi's impudent voice filled the empty alley. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, at the next moment, a long flame whip was lashed out and wrapped around Xiaoqi's waist accurately. Did Han Jiangshu attack? Xiaoqi's teammates had a drastic change in expression and they all activated their star techniques. Silence. Did I allow you to move? Jiang Zhao threw out a sound of silence, and all of a sudden, the irascible opponents quietened down. The scene was rather comical. Han Jiangxue pulled her right hand back abruptly, and Xiaoqi's body flew towards her. Her teammates from Tianjin looked at each other, but no one stopped her. They were not fools. After hearing Li Wei's words, they also knew that there was a grudge between them. What made it even more convincing was the fact that Li Wei was carrying an unfamiliar girl in his arms. To a certain extent, Li Wei had saved the girl's life. Han Jiangxue dashed forward quickly and tilted her body abruptly. Xiaoqi, who had been dragged over, brushed past everyone and dashed towards the back. Han Jiangxue might have been afraid that she didn't have enough strength. Hence, at the instant when Xiaoqi brushed past her, she cast a barren wind. Xiaoqi's body seemed to have been installed with a thruster that propelled her forward at lightning speed. Ah! Xiaoqi, who had snapped back to her senses, cried out in panic. Let me down, stop. Stop, please, let me down, please. Jiang Shao couldn't bear to see girls cry. When they cried, Jiang Shao felt like laughing. Xiaoqi had just snapped back to her senses, so she was a little flustered. After crying out loud, she frantically tried to think of a remedy. She extended her hands and was about to use a Wind Series star technique to stabilize her body. Whoosh! Another ray of blessing light descended. Woo-woo, stop! Xiaoqi was like a cannonball that suddenly stopped trying to save herself. She let out a strange sound and continued to smash towards the back. There was a group of ferocious tigers behind her. They fought with the ancient warriors for 300 rounds and seemed to have gained the upper hand. Yet, what happened in the end? Who wouldn't be angry that they were intercepted by a little flower? The group of people chased forward frantically, but all of a sudden, they were met with a human cannonball? In the dark environment, their vision was not good, and the official military backpacks were not equipped with night vision goggles. According to the rules, apart from personal weapons, star beads, and a few other items, nothing else was allowed to be brought into the field. That also caused many of the participating students to be unable to detect the danger immediately. Of course, even if the students saw clearly that it was a human flying towards them, would they care? I don't care who it is. I'll just fight. I'm freaking furious right now. If the members of the other teams fly over, wouldn't I be lying on the ground? Why should I be polite to my competitors? As a human cannonball, Xiaoqi was pulled by the flame torch whip and pushed by barren wind for a second time. She was also dazzled by the 2 shots of blessing. Before her blurry eyes could regain their clarity, she vaguely felt that there was a crimson color coming towards her. What was a fireball? What was a fire pillar? What was a fire dragon? Fireball? Rumble. A series of explosions rang out incessantly. Xiaoqi, who was heading towards her, was blown into a miserable state. Her entire body was burnt and smoking. Chapter 288. Be gentler, be gentler. Don't blow her up. Yingxi's heart sank. These people are too aggressive, aren't they? Why are they getting more and more violent? If this girl dies, we'll all have to withdraw from the competition. Li Yuan, save her. While chasing, Yingxi ordered his team's healer to save the girl who had been burnt to a crisp. Li Yuan yelled in a Beijing accent, Be gentler, all of you. Do you all want to withdraw from the competition? As he said that, Li Yuan waved his hands as he ran. A series of pure white stars rained down on the charred girl's body. The teams from the Kainan Province, the Beijiang and Tianjin Alliance, and the Capital High School Alliance sped past. Xiaoqi's teammates had learned their lesson this time and stuck close to the wall, pretending to be wooden. Groups of people passing by looked at them with scrutinizing gazes. Due to what happened just now, the students of the Capital High School Alliance did not attack them this time and simply walked past them. Her teammates heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran into the alley. Finally, they found Xiaoqi and hurriedly went forward to check on her. Although she had been blown to a terrible state, she was still breathing. However, she was panting more than she was inhaling. The medical awakened hurriedly tried to save her. At the next moment, the bodies of her teammates stiffened. Why? It was because the ancient warriors were rushing over from afar. They had just stepped on the little burning man and might have burned their feet. Hence, they ran away quickly. Her teammates turned pale and thought, "Can you give us a way out?" Xiaoqi's analysis was indeed correct. The ancient warriors in front of her were indeed covered in wounds. However, what Xiaoqi did not analyze was that they were still alive and kicking even though they were covered in wounds. The ancient warriors were not only alive and kicking, but also full of murderous intent. They seemed to be ready to kill anyone who stood in their way. Her teammates hurriedly pressed the invisible earphones. "Request for help. Request for help. Guardian Army, I beg you, please save us. Help." Due to the fact that many celebrity students from this year's competition were gathered on the battlefield, such as Little Yin Flower of Nanyue Province, Han Jiangshu of Beijiang, Lu Yang and Kai Yao of Tianjin, Xiong Chumo of Kainan Province, and Ying Shi of Beijing, most of the people who paid to watch the broadcast also chose to watch from their first-person perspective. The pace of the battle here was simply too fast. In order to make it easier for people to watch, the officials made a split screen, trying their best to record every detail of the battle. The audience also rubbed their palms together excitedly, waiting for a big meal with rapt attention. Of course, Xiaoqi and her team were included in this split screen. After all, their team was also involved in this chaotic chase. In Su Ro's live streaming room, the bullet screen had completely exploded, layer upon layer. "You deserve it. Ha! Nice, nice. I'm giving him a taste of his own medicine. Goddess Shue is the best. Big sis, don't call me that anymore. Who can take it? This milk is poisonous. I'm still a child." I was so scared that I didn't dare to move at all when a group of people passed by me. Before I could take a breath, I looked up and saw the ancient warriors. Are you surprised? Are you excited? Are you surprised? Save the child. Save the child. While Xiaoqi's team was facing a desperate situation, Jiang Zhao's team wasn't giving in either. They were being chased by a group of irascible students from Beijing. To be honest, Jiang Zhao would be infuriated if their identities were reversed. His team had worked so hard, put in so much effort and risked their lives to fight. Victory was almost in the bag, yet the reward was snatched away by someone else. However, as the saying went, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Why are you guys chasing me like this? Lu Yang and Xia Yan were the most hot-tempered, but this time Lu Yang took the lead. While running, Lu Yang yelled, "Don't chase us anymore. We didn't take it. We don't have any blue and white porcelain here. Cut the crap and stop right there. Grandson, don't let Grandpa catch you. If you didn't take it, why are you running?" Lu Yang was so infuriated that he almost laughed out loud. "Are you trying to blackmail me? If I didn't bump into him, why should I help him up?" Ying Shi, who was at the back, suddenly stopped in his tracks and extended his right hand. His three teammates also stopped. Li Yuan asked, "What's going on?" Ying Shi's eyes were burning with flames. In the dark mausoleum, he looked rather terrifying. His square face was extremely stern as he said, "Something's not right." Li Yuan asked, "What's wrong?" Ying Shi said, "I saw it clearly. The teams in front are the seeded teams from Tianjin, Beijiang, and Kainan Province. I didn't see the team from Nanyue province. Li Yuan frowned and asked, Are you sure? The dark environment had indeed caused a lot of trouble for them. Ingshi shook his head and said, When we were in the small tomb just now, who was the one who shouted over there? Do you remember? Li Yuan froze and wondered, who was it? The situation was so chaotic back then. Who knows who was the one who shouted? Li Yuan asked, You mean? Ingshi slowly turned around and said, It's impossible for the blue and white porcelain to act alone. There are at least 2 teammates in her team who speak Mandarin without any accent. Li Yuan hurriedly pressed the invisible earphones and said, Stop. There were 4 people in each team, and their communication channel was the same. Back when the Beijing high school students formed an alliance, they had already exchanged invisible earphones. The teams in front of them had already noticed that something was wrong. 3 teams had stopped along the way. In terms of strength alone, these teams were the best in the alliance. They had also used various methods to observe that there was no Yuan Dynasty Blue Flower team in front of them. The remaining 2 teams of 8 chased after them ferociously and argued with Lu Yang and Xia Yan fervently. Yes, the hot-tempered Xia Yan had also joined the battle and was bickering with the pursuers together with Lu Yang. The 2 of them were having a lot of fun, and the horrifying scene of the chase was turned into an urban sitcom. 3 teams have stopped chasing. There are only 2 teams left, Li Wei said all of a sudden. If we continue to charge forward like this, we'll be in trouble if we encounter the ancient warriors, a pleasant voice said from Li Wei's arms. Come on, show our allies what you're capable of. Lu Yang suddenly exclaimed as a faint figure darted out of his body. The imperial mausoleum was dark in the first place, and the figure seemed to be composed of faint smoke. Hence, it was difficult to detect it. Lu Yang was not the only one who darted out of his body. Several faint black figures also darted out of the bodies of Kai Yao, He Fan, and Zhang Qinzhou. In just a few seconds, more than 10 dark figures had already filled the corridor and were standing at various angles. The team of 4, from the support to the output, all had the silver quality star technique shadow summoning. It was no exaggeration to say that they were all serving Lu Yang. Shadow summoning * silver quality. Summons a faint shadow that lasts for 10 seconds and has no attack power. The team at the back wielded their Fire Series star techniques and tried to use various methods to stop the team in front. Initially, Han Jiangxue and the other rules awakened were still trying their best to stop them, but the situation had changed. When the first member of the 2 teams at the back stepped into the shadow corridor, Lu Yang, who was running beside Xia Yan, suddenly disappeared. Xia Yan got a great shock. Immediately afterwards, all sorts of screams could be heard coming from the corridor behind. Everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks and turned around to look, only to see a ghostly figure shuttling back and forth in the darkness. In the corridor that was filled with shadows, he shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yang's figure seemed to have become illusory too. Wherever there was a faint shadow, Lu Yang would appear and disappear from the shadow in an instant. It was no exaggeration to say that every dark shadow in the shadow corridor was Lu Yang, yet none of them were Lu Yang at the same time. Oh my God! I've really seen a ghost today. Jiang Shao was secretly astonished. The unique gold quality star technique from Tianjin and Yanzhou province, Hot Pursuit. Pursuing shadow * gold quality consumes a large amount of star power to allow you to shuttle between shadow summoning. The dagger in Lu Yang's hand was initially glistening with a cold glow, but after a few flashes, the dagger was already stained with blood. He was really stabbing someone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shadows in the corridor disappeared quietly and Lu Yang's figure finally stabilized. However, the students around him were already lying on the ground, clutching their stomachs and rolling on the ground while wailing incessantly. Lu Yang was holding onto the blood-stained dagger and pressing it against the neck of a medical awakened student. The blood that was dripping from the dagger was rather thick and gave off a strong smell of blood. There was another name for that smell, danger. Why are you screaming? Why are you screaming? Look at your real godly teammates. They've already stopped chasing me. She isn't around anymore, yet you still dare to chase me? What's the meaning of this, brother? Lu Yang asked as he held the dagger against the student's neck and pushed him against the wall. Only people like you who can't do anything but scream. The student swallowed his saliva and his Adam's apple squirmed. He leaned against the wall and said meekly, "You're quite strong too. You can scream too." Lu Yang was dumbfounded. In the distance, a soft voice came from Li Wei's arms. Thank you, thank you." Li Wei finally snapped back to his senses and hurriedly put Xiong Chumo down. Xiong Chumo's delicate face blushed. It was such a pity that the girl's name was as beautiful as her face, but it clashed with an animated film. While Jiang Shao was still reminiscing about the faint figure in the corridor, he suddenly heard a few chirps above his head. A yellow-green bird landed on Jiang Zhao's head in a natural and intimate manner. It lay down and rubbed its head against Jiang Zhao's head. Since the team from Kainan province was there to form an alliance, they would naturally find a topic to talk about. The girl lowered her head and introduced herself. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Chumo and my surname is Xiong. You can call me Chumo." Li Wei touched his nose awkwardly. The situation was critical just now and he couldn't care less. In the end, he hugged the girl and ran all the way. Now that he had stopped, he only felt that she smelled really good. Li Wei remained silent and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. With a bird on his head, Jiang Shao broke the awkward silence and said, it's okay. Don't be shy. My brother's name is Shotao and his surname is Hui." Li Wei was dumbfounded. Chapter 289. What's wrong with this bird? Aren't you going to take it away? Jiang Shao asked while pointing at the bird on his head. Chumo smiled and revealed her dimples. It probably likes you a lot. Jiang Shao asked. Well, Chumo said weakly, it's too dangerous here, and there are many teams competing with each other. I think we should form an alliance and fight against the enemy together. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows and remained silent. Before entering, no one would have thought that their team would become so popular that two teams would approach them to form an alliance. Is it because I have 30 star slots? Han Jiangxue thought to herself. After all, the team from Beijiang province didn't have much to offer. Jiang Shao was Han Jiangxue's pride and the mainstay of the team. However, that was only recognized by the insiders. Jiang Shao had won the respect that he deserved through real combat time and time again. However, to the media of the outside world, Jiang Shao could only be considered mediocre based on the limited video materials and the Beijiang Provincial High School League and the second Wasteland Reclamation competition. Besides, the media felt that it was already very rare. After all, Jiang Shao only had 9 star slots and his qualifications were so low. He must have wasted a lot of resources to be able to acquire those practical star techniques. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Han Jiangxue sighed softly and suddenly felt that Xiaopi had suffered a huge grievance. Everyone could only see her 30 star slots, but they couldn't see that the other 9 star slots were even more dazzling. It turned out that everyone was a drama queen. Even the cold and indifferent Han Jiangxue would have a lot of inner drama when it came to the people or things that she really cared about. Team Kainan Province had come to form an alliance with Team Beijiang for one reason. My little bird has taken a fancy to your little toxic healer. They were really there for Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao seized the opportunity and frantically asked, Tell me what breed this bird is and what star techniques it has. Why does it always lie on my head? Jiang Shao didn't promise anything but asked for information first. Chumo pursed her lips and said softly, I call it the yellow-green parrot. Jiang Shao was shocked because he could infer many things from that sentence alone. What does she mean by, I call it the yellow-green parrot? It was obvious that this little guy didn't have a scientific name. It was named by Xiong Chumo. In other words, the officials hadn't set a standard name for this dimensional creature. Combined with the previous situation, none of the straight-A students knew the origin of the parrot. Jiang Xiao had reason to speculate that the little guy came from a new dimensional space and was a creature of another dimension. Xiong Chumo was the first person to obtain such a star pet. Xiong Chumo looked up at Jiang Xiao with a sweet smile on her face, revealing her white and neat teeth. It will bring good luck to people. Jiang Xiao remained silent. Is that all your sincerity? What did you say? Just 2 sentences? The rest depends on my own speculation? Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, It's not lying on your head, so you're out of luck today. So, I don't intend to form an alliance with you guys. Xiong Chumo was a little disappointed, and her bright eyes dimmed. Holy shit! The male rules awakened from Kainan province stared at Jiang Xiao with a dumbfounded expression. You're indeed a straight man. How dare you turn me down? Jiang Xiao glanced at the boy in disdain and humphed. Ha men! Everyone was dumbfounded. Qi Yan, cut it out! Xiong Chumo turned to look at the rules awakened from her team and said softly. Xiong Chumo took a step forward, tiptoed, and whispered into Jiang Xiao's ear, I'm not saying it because I want to protect you. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and turned around to look at his teammates before dragging Xiong Chumo forward. The people from Beijiang and Kainan province were both stunned. What's going on? Are you guys playing in the mausoleum? What are you guys doing alone? There's still a fight going on. There are still kids wailing on the ground. Can you guys be more serious? Jiang Xiao dragged Xiong Chumo to the side and pressed a hand against the headband on his forehead to block the mini-camera. Mouth. Xiong Chumo nodded and mouthed to Jiang Xiao. It likes medical awakened star warriors, so it chose to stay with me. It's also very clingy, but there were a few situations where it would fly away from me when a more powerful medical awakened star warrior appeared and enjoy the aura of their medical star power. Xiong Chumo looked up at Jiang Xiao with her bright eyes and white teeth. She let out a soft sigh. In the registration hall, there were 800 participants, hundreds of leading teachers, hundreds of staff, and more than 1,000 people in the military camp. It circled around and finally chose you. Jiang Zhao's heart sank and he thought, this silly bird isn't here to play with me, is it? You're framing me. Hai Tianqing was right beside me during the registration. Am I stronger than his healer? That's impossible. Silly bird, aren't you framing me? Besides, there are definitely hidden talents in the military camp. How can there be no healer? Jiang Xiao is just a medical awakened in the early nebula stage. How can he be stronger than those people? Han Jiangxue was already eye-catching enough in the first place. If Xiong Chumo were to spread the news, Jiang Zhao's team would definitely become the target of public criticism. They would probably be besieged by many teams during the preliminary round, right? The teams that really wanted to get a good ranking probably wouldn't be willing to let such a team advance to the semifinals, right? Not to mention those who were far away, the team from Tianjin was probably around. Xiong Chumo continued to mouth. If it were in the past, Jiang Xiao would probably be too busy staring at her mouth, and probably wouldn't even bother to look at what she was saying. However, Jiang Zhao's heart turned cold, and he didn't have any evil thoughts at all. Xiong Chumo thought, we're not bad. We can help each other. We don't expect to fight for first place, but we want to make it to the semifinals. If we can't, we can at least stay by your side. My friends will be safe. My healer is a little small. Jiang Xiao placed his hand on his forehead and tried to calm himself down. He subconsciously said, Girl, you're too honest. Who would know if you didn't say it? Xiong Chumo was stunned for a moment before she snapped back to her senses. Her eyes widened and she reached out to hit Jiang Zhao's arm. Blushing, she rolled her eyes at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiaopi. Xia Yan gritted her teeth and said, Both of you move aside. Let the guardians come over. Jiang Shao and Xiong Chumo hurriedly moved to the side, while the two teams of guardians healed the contestants who had fallen to the ground and were unable to get up. Lu Yang completed the magnificent feat of a 1v8. However, in Lu Yang's eyes, it was far inferior to Jiang Zhao's feat of a 1v1. Lu Yang squatted on the ground and held his chin with one hand while continuously shaking his head. He then clicked his tongue and watched as Jiang Shao and Xia Yan returned to the team. Jiang Shao asked in a standard hometown dialect, "What are you looking at?" Lu Yang retorted in his hometown dialect too. "I'm a thug. I'm worthy of my title. Damn it, do you look like a bandit?" Xia Yan was thin-skinned and hence, she lowered her head and hid behind her teammate. Lu Yang asked, "We agreed to fight and kill together. Why are you having fun with her instead?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Lu Yang blinked and seemed to have sensed something. "She's beautiful and you're acting like a beast? Wow. Brother, are you that strong?" Jiang Shao froze for a long time before saying, "4 bets?" In Su Ro's livestream, there was a flurry of comments. "Damn, this is the first time I've seen the toxic healer get so stunned. Tina, you're awesome. I'll remember you. Lu Yang, you're now the best in Tianjin in my heart. Ha 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 ha. Brothers! Stop laughing and change the scene. Look at the first seeded team in Beijing. Yingxi and Yuan Qinghua are fighting. Damn it, damn it. The best in Beijing vs the best in this batch?" At the same time, Jiang Shao was having an alliance meeting when he heard a faint rumbling sound coming from afar. Everyone looked at each other and Jiang Shao said, "The elite teams from the capital stopped chasing halfway. They must have found some clues or found some clues. The sound is very far away. It should be coming from where we came from." Jiang Shao then looked at Li Wei curiously. Li Wei nodded decisively and said, "Yes." Jiang Shao said, "Let's ignore them and hurry to the next level. Judging from our current strength, we should be able to handle most situations as long as we don't encounter the team led by the soul of the ancient warrior. We're already more confident than most teams. Let's hurry to the next level to find weapons and kill monsters to earn point." At the side, Xiong Chumo said softly, "If you count us in, we can handle it even if there's the soul of the ancient warrior." Jiang Shao turned to look at Xiong Chumo, only to see her confident gaze. To his surprise, the medical awakened from Tianjin, Kai Yao, said, "That's true. There's no doubt about your strength. Besides, if it's just the two teams from Tianjin and Beijing, it'll be troublesome if we really encounter the ancient warriors." Everyone looked at each other, and it seemed that the alliance between the three teams had been decided. Jiang Shao got an idea and said, "How do we get to the second underground floor? Let's look for it." Kai Yao looked around and exchanged glances with Zhang Qinzhou, the shield warrior. Zhang Qinzhou thought about it for a while, chose a direction, and said, "Let's go and look for it." Everyone had their own thoughts in their hearts, but no one said anything. While the battle on the first floor was going on, the representatives of Tianjin, Kainan Province, and Beijing rushed to the second underground floor and began to work hard to earn points. When the three teams were fighting on their own, the National League was a survival game that required them to survive for 72 hours. After the three teams formed an alliance, the National League finally became an exciting battle game. Chapter 290. On the second underground floor of the ancient Imperial Mausoleum. Retreat and wait for the enemy to enter Lu Yang's attack range, Han Jiangxue instructed the members of the team. The alliance of the three teams had already been decided, but the leader had yet to be selected. The three teams did not merge together and were merely cooperating with each other. Now, when the three teams were looking for special weapons on the second underground floor, they encountered a legion of ancient warriors. In fact, according to the number of people, it would be a little unreasonable to call it a legion. It would be more appropriate to call it a team. The ancient warriors were a melee team led by an ancient warrior general. There were no long-range archers, which made everyone overjoyed. Seeing that Lu Yang was about to use the same trick again, Han Jiangxue hurriedly ordered her team members to retreat. She then said to Kai Yao, the commander of the Tianjin team, "When they enter the range of your shadow formation, I'll attack them with thunder and lightning first. That way, Lu Yang can save some energy." Kai Yao nodded after hearing her words, indicating that she understood Han Jiangxue's plan. The combat power exerted by an ancient warrior general who could move freely and one who was paralyzed by electricity was on a completely different level. Han Jiangxue's chain lightning was a gold-quality star technique that dealt unparalleled damage. Even compared to all the output star techniques of this batch, it was still one of the best, not to mention the additional paralysis effect of the chain lightning. The two shield warriors from Tianjin retreated while casting faint shadows around them. Lu Yang clenched the dagger in his hand and fixed his eyes on the gold-quality, boss-level ancient warrior general who was running towards him from afar. He was full of fighting spirit and was completely different from his usual cheeky self. "Shen Xing, you go." Xiong Chumo stopped the rules-awakened Qi Yan, who was about to attack, and turned around to order the slender melee fighter. "Wait for Han Jiangxue's chain lightning before attacking. Be careful not to accidentally injure them." Shen Xing nodded subtly. She was extremely tall and was more than 180 centimeters tall, which was about the same height as Xia Yan. However, compared to Xia Yan, her limbs were slender and her talent was obvious. Regardless of whether Shen Xing was motionless or moving, her figure always gave off an erratic feeling. She had a special rhythm as she swayed slightly. "Xia Yan, you go, be careful," Han Jiangxue said. The three teams formed an alliance and cooperated with each other. However, all of them were 18 or 19-year-old children. Ever since they became awakened ones, they had been training and fighting day and night. Their competitive spirit was extremely strong. Shen Xing turned around and stared at Xia Yan with her cold, starry eyes, only to see that Xia Yan had grabbed the handle of the giant sword with her hand. A faint smile appeared on Shen Xing's face upon seeing this. Sensing her gaze, Xia Yan turned her head to look, only to see that Shen Xing was twirling her sword in her right hand. The two of them arched their bodies slightly, ready to strike. Han Jiangxue's chain lightning seemed to be the signal for the start of the competition. At the moment when the chain lightning crackled, Shen Xing and Xia Yan darted out at the same time. The chain lightning shuttled back and forth on the bodies of the ancient warriors, causing them to be severely injured. Not only that, but their movements also became slightly stiff. Xia Yan of Beijiang and Shen Xing of Kainan darted forward like felines. However, no matter how fast the felines were, they couldn't compare to the ghost. Lu Yang of Tianjin was the first to arrive at the battlefield. As soon as he flickered out of the shadows, the bloody massacre began. A sharp dagger that was emitting a cold glint, coupled with the ghostly figure that flashed and shuttled back and forth, completely became the nightmare of the ancient warriors. 2 seconds later, Xia Yan and Shen Xing entered the battlefield, and the ancient warriors, who had been electrocuted to the point of numbness, were beaten to a pulp by the three of them. Such a scene was witnessed by the entire nation, and it could be said that they were extremely shocked. Are they still a bunch of kids from Nebula? Facing the army led by the gold boss-level ancient warrior general, the group of high school students seemed to be taking a stroll in the park, as if they were beating up primary school students. Is this still a damn battle? It's simply a trampling. The viewers in Su Ro's livestream were also in a frenzy, and the hardcore fans of Beijiang felt that they had really cozied up to someone powerful this time. They might really break through the best results in history this year. Is what I'm watching a match or not? Why were some people beaten by the ancient warriors to the point of crying for their parents and wishing they could kneel down and kowtow? But some people are attacking the ancient warriors? Who the F***ck told me that this year is still the era of magic classes. Look at these melee fighters. Their DPS is exploding, alright? Isn't this Liu Yang too much of a beast? How could he be this powerful? Holy sh**t, this chick is called Xin Xing, right? Is her stage name Verger Glider? Are you F***king flying over eaves and vaulting over walls? Running horizontally over walls? And he was holding a human head in his hand? Great God! Sob, 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 my goddess Yen is so stylish. Her girlfriend power is off the charts. I feel so safe. I really want to stay in her arms, sob, sob, sob. Beijiang's #1 boorish woman, Xia Yan, please don't dodge my attacks. The top flying bandit of Kainan Province, Mr. Shin would never walk if he could climb the wall. The #1 cripple in Tianjin, blinking without taking a step. The champion this year is also Nanyue's Yuan Qinghua. The little Yin flower is also a melee fighter. I'm afraid that the era of mages being the kings of the past 10 years is over. The magic types are dead, melee fighters will rise. It's an auspicious day for the world. The magic types are all dogs. The long-range attackers are all rubbish. Melee. Show off. That's the romance of Star Warriors. Melee fighters. Melee fighters. Melee fighters. In the ancient Imperial Mausoleum, the gold-quality boss, the ancient warrior general, was severely injured. Despite being stabbed by Liu Yang, he did not fall. He watched as his subordinates were slaughtered one by one and finally went berserk. He activated the star technique frenzy and increased his speed greatly. Not only that, but he also seemed to have activated the star technique burst. Clearly, with the help of the star technique, he instilled his star power into the spear in his hand and used the durability of the weapon in exchange for damage. Xia Yan's giant sword was placed horizontally in front of her, and the gold-quality ancient warrior general's spear struck Xia Yan's steel giant sword. If it weren't for Xia Yan's good defense, her head would have probably been pierced by the spear. Even so, Xia Yan's body slid backward under the huge force. Her arm was sore and numb, and she actually lost control of it. It wasn't that Xia Yan had never killed gold-quality creatures of other dimensions before. The Ape Ghoul King was a gold-quality creature. Compared to the Ape Ghoul King, the ancient warrior general was not as strong as the Ape Ghoul King in terms of physical fitness. Be it strength, speed, or ferocity, the ancient warrior general was not as violent as the Ape Ghoul King. In terms of physical attributes, he could be said to be suppressed by the Ape Ghoul King in all aspects. He reckoned that the reason why he was rated as a gold-quality star technique was because of his multiple silver-quality star techniques and his leadership abilities. But at this moment, his leadership ability couldn't be displayed because his underlings had been ambushed and wiped out. Liu Yang's flickering figure finally stopped. The soldiers of the ancient warriors had all died, and the shadows in the corridor had also disappeared. There was not much star power left in his body. He was a typical high-explosive, high-output, but short-lived, happy assassin. Of course, he felt sorry for his subordinate. Kai Yao waved her hands continuously, and light blue stars fell from the sky and smashed on Liu Yang's head. Liu Yang couldn't help but moan in bliss as the stars penetrated his body, causing the star power in his body to rise rapidly. Ba-thump. Xin Xing also landed and threw the head in her hand onto the ground. Her slender figure drifted erratically in the dark corridor, and she stared coldly at Xia Yan, who was fighting the gold-quality boss in the distance. Although they were all melee fighters, it was obvious that Liu Yang and Xin Xing were not of the same style as Xia Yan. In the future, after entering university or joining a special team, they would probably embark on different career paths. Jiang Xiao didn't want to embarrass his team. Hence he yelled, "Go, Xia Yan!" Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Xia Yan's beautiful eyes appeared from behind the giant sword. She then dashed forward and said, I couldn't ask for more. The ancient warrior general had already been severely injured. If she still couldn't get rid of it, Xia Yan would be embarrassed. The others looked at each other. Just one sentence was enough to make a person rush towards a gold boss without holding back. What kind of trust was that? The teams from Tianjin and Kainan province realized that Xia Yan, the toxic healer of 9-star, seemed to be more influential than they had imagined. The tall and sturdy ancient warrior general was covered in wounds, and every move he made would cause a rain of blood. He did not know why the enemy suddenly changed their style and switched from defense to offense, but he knew that the opportunity had arrived. A breakthrough. Right here. The ancient warrior general gripped his spear tightly and was about to stab forward. Whoosh! The light of blessing was extremely dazzling. Besides, it was not just a single ray of light but a series of blessings. The ancient warrior general, who was holding onto the battle spear and thrusting forward, froze in place. Under his spear, Xia Yan lowered her body and stabbed forward. The giant sword in her hand pierced through the ancient warrior general's heart from the bottom up. That wasn't enough. His head was soon chopped off by Xia Yan, which made everyone heave a sigh of relief. There were corpses all over the ground in the corridor, and the three teams looked at each other. A few melee fighters looked at each other while perspiring profusely, seemingly amused by the alternative competition. As for the distribution of the spoils of war, the three teams really had to consider it carefully. In the end, the three teams decided on an interesting rule. The team that took the lead would have to leave all the star beads to that team. The leading team would take turns. This time it was Tianjin, and next it would be Beijiang, followed by Kainan province. The leading team would have to play its due role while the other two teams would provide support. The suggestion was made by the commander of Tianjin, Kai Yao. It wasn't hard to imagine the hidden purpose behind such a choice. The three teams also agreed to the rule. The only exception was when they encountered the Gold Quality Boss Alliance, where there would be no need to take turns to lead the team. Okay. Lead what? Lead the escape? Zhang Qinzhou, the shield warrior of Tianjin, identified the direction and continued to lead everyone forward while saying, "What if we want to obtain special weapons? Do we take turns to obtain them too?" Chapter 291. Everything that Liu Yang had done had indeed shocked everyone. Liu Yang, who was below the nebula stage, was already so powerful. Wouldn't the little Yin flower of Nanyue be too powerful? The difference in the star techniques of the regions was simply too great. Let's make a comparison now. Xia Yan and Liu Yang, who were both melee fighters, had 28 star slots and 29 star slots respectively. Both of them were in the late nebula stage. Now that the two of them are in a battle, who do you think will win? In the National League, everyone's star power realm was basically below the nebula stage, and their physical fitness was about the same. So, what were they competing for? It was about teamwork, tactics, cooperation, and the unique star techniques of the region. Sometimes, the difference in the quality and effectiveness of star techniques could allow a team to achieve a crushing victory over their opponent. Now, the question was, who do you think will win if Xia Yan or Liu Yang were to fight one-on-one? Jiang Shao secretly compared the strength of the two parties in his heart. Kai Yao suggested that the three teams take turns to be the main attacking team precisely because she wanted to observe the strength of the other two teams more comprehensively and clearly. No matter how many trump cards the team from Tianjin had hidden, everything that they had shown at this moment was already enough to deal with the ancient warriors. They probably wouldn't show any more. However, the strength of the teams was different. Maybe the other two teams would have to go all out when they were the main attacking team? On the way to look for special weapons, they encountered another team. It was a 9-man team led by an ancient archer general. This time, there were 2 ice archers, 1 fire archer, 3 poison archers, 1 battle axe, and 1 warhammer. The ancient warriors had a variety of professions, and according to the agreement, the Beijiang team happened to be the main attacker. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshui used the same trick again. With the experience from the first time, the two of them cooperated very well. Everyone was dumbfounded by the combination of sound of silence and chain lightning. Main attacker? Is there still a need to be the main attacker? Are the two of them enough? If they had to divide it up, Han Jiangshui would be the main attacker while Jiang Shao would be the support. The rest would just lie down and wait to be carried away by the gods. In fact, the ancient warrior battle axe and war hammer didn't even rush over. Instead, Han Jiangshui launched a series of chain lightning. In the domain of sound of silence, the archers couldn't even summon their bows and arrows, let alone shoot arrows. Han Jiangshui transformed into the snow goddess again, and her output was explosive. It was Xiong Chumo's first time to see such a scene. She murmured to herself and asked 3 questions in her soul. He's just a high school student at the nebula stage. How is it possible for him to absorb a gold-quality divine skill like silence? She's just a high school student in the nebula stage. How could she possibly receive a gold-quality star technique like chain lightning? Why do these 2 star techniques exist in this world? The same question popped up in Liu Yang's mind. However, Kai Yao from his team was also one of the few people who had the star technique sound of silence. Besides, he also had the gold-quality secret technique constant pursuit. Hence, Liu Yang was too embarrassed to ask about it. The insufferably arrogant ancient warriors became living targets in Jiang Zhao's silence domain. After the violent output of thunder and lightning by the snow goddess, the venue fell into silence. Even Xia Yan and Li Wei dared not look up, not to mention the fact that the Tianjin team and the Kainan province team did not play as well as they should. All of a sudden, the people in Su Ro's live broadcast room who were clamoring that magic classes are dead, melee classes will rise, all changed their tune. The damage output of the Rules Awakened is really great. Of course, the media all over the country are saying that the Rules Awakened will reign again this year. Ing Shi from Beijing, Chu Ci from Haisu Province, Su Ji from Zhejiang Province, Song Fu from Ludong Province, Tian Yu from Sichuan Province, Su Yu from Dajiang Province, and so on. Don't you tremble when you hear those names? What? Aren't you afraid? Why don't you try fighting them? Yes, look at how much effort Liu Yang put in. Shen Xing and Xia Yan were almost exhausted to death before they managed to win the battle by a hair's breadth. Snow Goddess, I'm your most devout believer. Those who say that melee classes should rise are all heretics. They will eventually have to atone for their sins. Snow Goddess, what's going on? Little brother? The Rules Awakened are dead? Snow Goddess, I am the future. Damn it, what's there to play? There are so many tycoons, military officers, and soldiers who enjoy countless resources. However, they don't have the qualifications to absorb sound of silence at all. How did a high school kid absorb it? I'm the new toxic milk powder. Let me ask you, what's Jiang Xiaopi's background? Does he have a mine at home? How many fallen shadow which star beads did he use to absorb sound of silence? I want to get a few fallen shadow which star beads too. A tycoon. Do you need something to support yourself? In order to make themselves look more useful, Xia Yan and Li Wei scurried over to collect the star beads. In order to conserve star beads, Jiang Shao was recovering his star power. However, he heard Han Jiangshui say, "We can only restrain the ancient archers. We can't do it so cleanly against other professions." Liu Yang's lips twitched a little and he thought, what does she mean? In other words, she's trying to say, don't be discouraged, you guys are still of some use. In fact, that was indeed the case. The output of Han Jiangshui's chain lightning was impressive, but its weakness was also extremely obvious. She didn't dare to release that star technique when she was in close combat. It would be fine if she was alone, but if there were teammates around, the chain lightning would be indiscriminate. Of course, there were many other uses for teammates. For example, the team representing Tianjin had more information than the other two teams. Under Zhang Qinzhou's lead, the three teams soon found the location of the treasure chest on this floor. Zhang Qinzhou did not take any detours and simply made several turns along the long corridor to reach the treasure chest. Did you say that they didn't have any additional information? I don't believe you. Fortunately, the treasure chest on this floor was located very close to the entrance of the second floor. It only took them a few minutes to get there. Unfortunately, they encountered a team led by the soul of the ancient warrior. Be gentle, Zhang Qinzhou said softly while constantly looking around and moving forward quietly. It was a huge hall with a separate room in the middle. There were 3 stone walls with engravings on them, and the engravings allowed everyone to see the scene inside. Jiang Shao crept forward and leaned against the wall. His eyes narrowed slightly. Finally, he saw the strongest dimensional creature in the ancient imperial mausoleum, the soul of the ancient warrior. Unlike the tall and majestic ancient archer generals and ancient warrior generals, the soul of the ancient warrior was relatively short and thin. Its pale face made it look like a zombie, and its face was full of wrinkles. It also had a head full of long white hair, which made it look extremely old. Unlike the other ancient warriors, the 8 ancient warriors that it led looked a little undisciplined. They were either sitting or lying down, quietly recuperating. Xia Yan clicked her tongue inside. Why does this guy have 4 arms? Does that guy have 3 legs? Jiang Shao observed carefully and also saw the wonderful scene. Ordinary ancient warriors were humanoid creatures, but the tall and burly soldier in front of him actually had a bony arm growing out of his ribs. Although there was no flesh on the arm, the white bones could still move freely, and the long fingers on the arm were still moving around, making it look rather terrifying. That was the case for the one with 4 arms, but the one with 3 legs was even more interesting. It was also a male soldier, and it seemed to have a bony leg that grew out of his tailbone. Tripod, steady, what kind of strange creatures are there? Needless to say, it must be the masterpiece of the soul of the ancient warrior. Jiang Shao looked at the soul of the ancient warrior, only to see that the white-haired old zombie was sitting on the steps, leaning against the heavy treasure chest and fiddling with a staff in his hand. The staff was very short and was obviously a modern artifact. There was also a blue glass ball embedded on the top of the staff. Without a doubt, it should be the special weapon of this floor. Xiong Chumo said softly, "It's time for us to attack. Shen Xing, keep an eye on it. The rest of you, retreat. We'll go out and study our tactics." The 3 teams retreated stealthily. Xiong Chumo raised her delicate face and looked at Jiang Shao. "I need support from Sound of Silence. Once the soul of the ancient warrior uses its star technique, we'll probably be wiped out." Kai Yao nodded with a sullen expression, for she knew that Xiong Chumo was telling the truth. Jiang Shao, who had a bird on his head, nodded gently. Kai Yao said, "Under normal circumstances, we shouldn't provoke the soul of the ancient warrior, but it has a special weapon, so we have no choice but to take action. How about this, Jiang Xiaopi and I will take turns to use Sound of Silence." Xiong Chumo looked at Kai Yao with glistening eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Kai Yao turned to look at Jiang Shao and asked, 10 seconds? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Kai Yao asked, 10 seconds? Jiang Shao looked at the beautiful girl with shoulder-length hair, and muttered unhappily, "You're looking down on me too much, aren't you?" Slightly stunned, Kai Yao asked, "How long can your Sound of Silence last?" "Mine is 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. Kai Yao looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment while Xiong Chumo blushed. Meanwhile, Xia Yan gritted her teeth and wanted to kick Jiang Shao. Chapter 292. Kai Yao looked at Jiang Shao with a dumbfounded expression, not quite understanding what he meant. Why did he say that 10 seconds was an insult? The sound of silence was an extremely functional star technique, and 10 seconds was already a long time, okay? It was enough to reverse the situation and even determine life and death. On the battlefield, even 1 second was enough for a person to die, let alone 10 seconds. Kai Yao looked at Jiang Shao and asked, "How old is it?" Jiang Shao was stunned and thought, what kind of questions are they asking? Is this girl doing this on purpose? She just asked for a few seconds and now she's asking how old is it? How should I answer? 116 years old? Kai Yao continued to ask, how large is the range of the sound of silence? As soon as she finished speaking, roars could be heard coming from the end of the corridor. Everyone was shocked and turned to look, only to see Xin Xing dashing over. The girl was still a little immature, after all. There was a trace of anxiety on her face that had been maintaining an indifferent expression. She yelled, "They're here! They've discovered me!" Xin Xing's Mandarin was not perfect, but it was enough for everyone to understand what she meant. The sound of dense footsteps and zombie-like roars could be heard in the distance, making everyone's hair stand on end. Oh no! I actually alarmed them. Xin Xing's body was extremely agile as she dodged and dodged the arrows behind her. The dark green poisonous arrows brushed past her body one by one, and it was a sight that made people shudder with fear. A dark green poisonous arrow brushed past Xin Xing's ponytail, and no one knew if it was intentional or not, but the arrow was actually shot towards Xiong Chumo's face. The only shield warrior in Kainan province immediately rushed forward, and a bunch of flowers appeared in his hand. Wait a minute? A bunch of flowers? Are the people of Kainan province all so romantic? We're fighting, bro. Can't you be more serious? The shield warrior blocked the poisonous arrow with one hand and a bunch of flowers suddenly appeared in his hand. The flowers were like red roses that were not only enchanting but also fragrant. The flowers from the dimensional space resembled the red roses on Earth. The way they bloomed resembled the budding feelings between a man and a woman. Wow! Xia Yan's eyes glistened. It wasn't that she wasn't serious about the fight, but rather, the flowers were simply too beautiful. No, beautiful was no longer enough to describe such a blooming flower shield. It was simply a dream. The loyal and devoted husky would only admire the beauty of the snow goddess. She would not be captivated by any other beautiful things. Unless it's too pretty. If I have this star technique, I'll be able to save a lot of money chasing girls, won't I? Not to mention 1 rose a day, even 1,000 roses a day would be a piece of cake. Why did this child come here to fight to the death? Fighting and killing is so boring, why don't you go home and open a flower shop? He could meditate at night to restore his star power and sell flowers in the morning. This was the first time many of the audience in front of the television had seen such a scene. They couldn't help but sigh. Especially in this dark ancient imperial mausoleum, it added a mysterious beauty to the rose shield. This cluster of red roses wasn't just good-looking. They weren't as weak as imagined. They had their own unique thorns, and their actual defense was much stronger than what they appeared to be. They directly blocked the poisonous arrow, and not only that, they even fused the poisonous arrow into the flowers. Everyone was delighted. Why? It was because of the characteristics of the arrow of plague. Under normal circumstances, the poisonous arrow would explode and the poisonous fog would spread throughout the corridor, causing everyone to be in a passive position. However, the shield warrior's flower shield melted the arrow of plague. What's going on? The arrows came one after another, and the rose shield in the hands of the shield warrior of Kainan province grew larger and larger. The blooming flowers shielded everyone from the wind and rain, giving them an unprecedented sense of security. Attention! Xiong Chumo's voice was firm, and she indeed displayed the demeanor that a commander should have. Han Jiangxue, prepare your lightning chain. Qi Yan, follow up with the windblade. Jiang Xiaopi, the first shot of silence. Kai Yao, be silent for tens of seconds. You must do a good job with Jiang Xiaopi. Listen to my commands. While speaking, Xiong Chumo raised her left hand high up, and a pale yellow flower bloomed in her hand. The flower grew on the vines. The vines climbed down from Xiong Chumo's raised left hand, wrapping around her fair arm and growing outwards. Immediately afterwards, the faint fragrance of flowers lingered around everyone, and after smelling it, they couldn't help but feel refreshed and refreshed. Everyone seemed to have just gotten enough sleep and opened the windows to take a deep breath of fresh air. 3:21. After Xiong Chumo finished the countdown, everyone became unprecedentedly focused and Han Jiangxue blasted out a chain lightning. Crackle! The damage output of the chain lightning was undeniable. Not only did it electrocute the ancient warriors who were charging towards them, but it also caused them to feel numb all over. However, there was a small mistake in the process, and the chain lightning ended up hanging onto Shen Xing's body. Shen Xing took the lead to escape. She was very fast and was a distance away from the ancient warriors behind her. Under normal circumstances, the chain lightning should have jumped closer. However, for some reason, the lightning actually jumped onto Shen Xing's body. Fortunately, everyone was further away and the lightning jumped back. Shen Xing's body abruptly stiffened upon seeing this, and she was sent flying forward before crashing heavily into the ground, but she was still sliding forward. Star! Qi Yan, a mage, turned pale with fright. Damned chess strike! It just appeared in front of her, and Xiong Chumo was on the verge of tears. She hurriedly said, Kai Yao, help me. White star fall. Kai Yao didn't hold back and simply waved her hands continuously, after which several stars shining with white light fell and hit Shen Xing's body. Qi Yan, hurry up and attack. Wind blade. Xiong Chumo said while gritting her teeth. She suddenly threw out a flower vine that wrapped around Shen Xing's body and pulled her back forcefully. Qi Yan took 2 steps forward and reached out with both hands, causing the wind to howl. Amidst the frenzied winds, wind blades that could be seen with the naked eye sliced and slashed at random. The ancient warriors who were chasing after them stopped in their tracks and raised their arms to cover their faces to resist. The scene was extremely horrifying because the ancient warriors were bleeding profusely, and the wounds were clearly visible. Moreover, the wound was so deep that one could even see the ghastly white bone. Qi Yan looked a little smug. However, everyone had underestimated the physical strength of the ancient warriors, or rather, the combat ability of the ancient warriors. Chopping off their arms and legs? If it were a human, they would have been rolling on the ground in pain. However, the ancient warriors did not seem to feel any pain. Their endurance was extremely strong. Even the soldiers who had their arms cut off by the wind blades had their arms regrown within a few breaths. Unlike the original body of flesh and blood, this time, a white bone arm grew out of it. However, no matter what they were, they could still be used without the need for running in and would not interfere with the battle at all. That was a gift from the soul of the ancient warrior. As long as the soul of the ancient warrior was present, they would be difficult to destroy unless their heads were chopped off. The rules awakened Qi Yan from Kainan province couldn't control the wind blades that were slashing randomly. Or rather, that was the operation mode of the star technique. The large-scale wind blades obviously consumed a lot of star power, and Qi Yan was already sweating profusely. However, the 4 tomahawk ancient warriors were still alive. Not only were they still alive, but they also had some extra skeletal arms and legs. The triangular soldier that everyone saw at first was now a 4-sided one. If he had a few more legs, he would be able to become a ladybug. It wasn't that Jiang Shao and Kai Yao didn't want to silence the soul of the ancient warrior, but rather that they couldn't find it at all. At this moment, the battle situation revealed the combat style of the main attacking team, and the contestants were also asking themselves, would our team do better than the team from Kainan province? The team from Kainan province was really unlucky to have encountered the soul of the ancient warrior on their first attempt. In the long corridor, the strange creatures could indeed be used as the focus, but what they should pay more attention to were the inconspicuous broken bones at their feet. Work hard, Chi Yen. Xiong Chumo threw away the little yellow flower in her hand, which fell to the ground and quickly withered and turned black before turning into specks of starlight and disappearing without a trace. The scene was rather dreamy. A cluster of blue flowers bloomed in her hand again. The name of the small flower was unknown, and it was swaying gently while emitting a refreshing fragrance. Everyone discovered that the star power in their bodies was continuously rising. With the support of the logistics, Chi Yen immediately felt energized and increased the output of power. 3 seconds later, the group of ancient warriors, who were being cut up, grew bone shields on their bodies one after another. Then, strange soldiers with bone shields all over their bodies and axes made of star power strode toward them with hideous looks. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.